Welcome to Sleepy Fairytale Stories, a calm bedtime audiobook for grown-ups presented in a soft, even tone. The recording moves slowly through simple scenes, quiet villages after dusk, lanterns along cobblestone paths, a small reading room, and gentle conversations between neighbors. Each chapter uses steady pacing, plain language, and light sensory detail, warm lamplight, low room sounds, and easy breathing. The stories lean on classic fairy tale settings with a modest historical feel: market squares closing for the night, wooden bridges and cottages where kindness and routine guide the evening. No sudden turns appear, only gradual transitions that keep attention light and comfortable. The narration remains neutral and clear, offering calm descriptions that support relaxation and sleep. The track begins shortly, and the steady rhythm prepares the listener for deep, unbroken rest.
Chapter 1. Begin with slow breaths and a comfortable resting posture. Begin with slow breaths and a comfortable resting posture, allowing the body to sink gradually into stillness. Each inhale arrives with ease, filling the lungs with quiet air, while each exhale drifts away slowly, leaving the body lighter with every cycle. The rhythm of breathing becomes steady, calm, and unhurried, guiding the whole body into a state of quiet rest. The chest rises softly, then falls again, creating a gentle flow that asks for nothing more than stillness and presence. The mind begins to notice how this steady rhythm encourages every muscle to soften and every joint to release into the surface beneath. Breathing grows longer and calmer, forming the foundation for rest as the night continues forward in its own quiet pace. The shoulders begin to loosen, the tension melting away as if weight is being lifted slowly and carefully. The jaw eases, no longer holding on to the firmness of the day, and the lips rest lightly together. The forehead smooths, soft and relaxed, as though each line and crease is fading into calmness. Every part of the face settles into natural comfort, free from strain. The muscles of the neck follow this quiet invitation, no longer gripping, but letting go. A sense of lightness spreads across the upper body, moving gently down the arms and into the hands, which now rest quietly by the sides. The fingers fall into stillness, supported by the surrounding calm. Each area of the body is entering softness, releasing effort, and allowing peace to settle deeper. The mattress beneath gives steady support, evenly spreading across the back, hips, and legs. Its surface holds the body securely, offering balance without effort. The softness is present, yet strong enough to create a sense of safety. The spine aligns gently without strain, supported at every point. The legs rest into the surface, one after another, and the heels are welcomed by the calm structure of the bed. The feeling of weight being supported allows the body to give up more of its effort, more of its holding, and to surrender fully to rest. The comfort of the mattress is consistent, unchanging, and reliable, surrounding the body in steady support. Faint sounds of the room begin to appear, each one blending into the background of quietness. A soft hum from outside may drift in for a moment, then fade. The air moves faintly, shifting through the room, offering a gentle rhythm against the walls. These sounds arrive not to disturb, but to create a steady environment where stillness grows stronger. Each faint sound feels smaller with time, each one less important, until they are simply part of the calm atmosphere. They are not distractions, but gentle reminders that the world is quieting and that stillness is deepening. With every exhale, the body releases the last layers of daytime tension. The length of each breath extends just a little more, carrying with it the weight of thoughts, tasks, and unfinished moments from earlier hours. The chest sinks slowly as air leaves the body, carrying away the traces of effort and activity. Muscles grow heavier in the arms, in the legs, and across the back. The stomach settles into comfort, no longer tight, only soft and relaxed. The rhythm of long exhalations brings quiet balance, making room for deeper calm and a softer presence. The body, now emptied of its strain, is open to rest without resistance. A picture begins to form of a quiet lamp dimming in the corner of the room. Its glow fades gradually, leaving only a soft outline of light. The curtains are drawn gently across the windows, resting in their place, keeping the room closed from outside. The dim glow fills the space with calm, holding back the busyness of the day and offering a shield of quiet. The air cools slightly as the room darkens, carrying the comfort of stillness that always follows the setting sun. The world outside grows more distant, while the small space of the room becomes the center of calm and safety. Attention drifts toward a peaceful village at night, imagined as a place of stillness and simplicity. Small houses line quiet paths, their windows glowing softly under the night sky. The stillness of the air feels welcoming, and each building seems to hold a steady warmth inside. The village rests in harmony with the calm of the evening, where no rush or noise remains. The air is cool but comfortable, carrying a sense of peace through the empty streets. This imagined place invites rest, invites calm, and invites the mind to walk slowly forward into its quiet scene. Cobblestone paths guide the way through this peaceful village, each stone smooth beneath gentle steps. Lanterns glow softly along the path, their light steady and warm, casting faint golden circles on the ground. The gentle breeze moves carefully through the narrow streets, rustling leaves and carrying with it a quiet sense of freshness. The lantern light flickers gently, but never fades, guiding the way with assurance. The stones beneath each step feel cool, yet solid and grounding, offering a sense of belonging in this calm setting. Every detail blends together to form an environment of serenity. Within the village, A calm librarian finishes work in a small library. Books are stacked neatly. Shelves are tidied with care. And the room grows more still as the evening deepens. The librarian moves slowly without rush, closing the last book and placing it in its proper place. The quiet movements bring a steady rhythm to the space, and the room grows quieter with each action. The shelves stand full, yet perfectly ordered, holding stories that now rest for the night. The librarian's calmness fills the library, and it becomes a place of peace. The reading room beside the shelves welcomes stillness. Cushioned chairs wait by the corners, soft and ready for rest. Quiet corners invite reflection, where the air is heavy with calm and the faint smell of paper lingers. The lighting is dim, soft enough to ease the eyes, bright enough to see the outlines of shelves and furniture. The air inside the room is warm, steady, and still. It feels like a place where time slows, where nothing more is needed than to sit and rest. A chair welcomes gentle sitting, and a warm cup of tea rests on a small table nearby. The cup is held carefully, its warmth spreading softly into the hands. The tea is calm, not sharp, carrying a mild flavor that soothes. Breathing continues quietly, steady and slow, matching the unhurried atmosphere of the room. The body softens into the chair, the spine supported, the head balanced, the feet placed softly on the floor. The warmth of the tea adds to the quiet calm, reminding the body of comfort. The slow ticks of a clock echo faintly through the space. Each sound is separated by long pauses, marking an easy rhythm. The ticking is steady, quiet, and unchanging, providing a gentle anchor to the flow of time. It becomes part of the atmosphere, blending into the background like a soft beat. The passage of time feels unimportant here, for the rhythm is simply part of the calm environment, supporting the sense of stillness that grows deeper with every breath. Windows are closed, and the outside sounds are hushed. The faint noises of the village streets are no longer present, replaced with the quiet of a sealed room. The muted environment feels complete, holding the listener inside without interruption. The stillness builds stronger, reinforced by the quiet air and the dim light. The world outside fades further, and only the safe quiet of the room remains. The feeling of separation creates safety, as if nothing can disturb this space of rest. The story continues gently, sharing images of kindness between neighbors in the village. A door is held open, a kind word exchanged, a basket of fresh bread passed from one hand to another. Smiles are soft, movements are slow, and each gesture is filled with care. The sense of connection adds to the calm, creating a space not only of rest, but of comfort and quiet belonging. The story is simple, unhurried and steady, carrying only peace within its unfolding. Walking home under the calm skies of night, the streets remain empty and quiet. Lanterns guide the way with their soft glow. The cobblestones continue beneath steady steps, each one firm and even. The air holds the coolness of evening, carrying a sense of freshness against the skin. The homes along the path remain lit faintly, each one filled with its own stillness. The walk is calm, unhurried, and safe, moving steadily toward rest. The door opens quietly, and the room inside welcomes with warmth. The soft click of the door closing behind adds to the sense of safety. The space inside is still, holding no demands, only calm. The walls feel protective. The air is steady, and the soft light invites rest. Every part of the room is familiar, balanced and unchanging, creating an environment where the body can relax without question. The bed waits, ready and prepared. The blanket is smoothed gently across its surface, the pillows fluffed into soft support. Each adjustment makes the space more welcoming. The mattress holds its steady support. The sheets are cool to the touch, and the blanket is warm when placed over the body. The bed feels ready to hold the body through the hours of rest, steady and reliable. Resting on one side, the body notices breathing once more. The breath is calm, slow and steady, flowing without effort. The chest rises and falls gently, each breath connecting with the softness of the mattress. The shoulders are relaxed. The arms are at ease. The legs are heavy and supported. The body feels complete in its position, needing nothing else to adjust. Breathing is now the only rhythm, guiding the mind further toward rest. Attention drifts gently across the body, scanning from the toes upward. Toes relax. Ankles rest. Calves soften and thighs release. The hips sink into the mattress. The stomach is calm. The chest moves gently with breath. The hands grow heavier. The arms loosen. The shoulders fall deeper. The neck releases. The jaw remains soft. The eyes rest gently closed, and the forehead is smooth. The scan finishes at the top of the head, leaving the whole body in full softness. Sleep approaches slowly, without effort or command. The body is ready. The mind is calm. The environment is quiet. Nothing more is required. The slow breaths continue. The room holds stillness, and time drifts away. Sleep arrives naturally, steady and gentle, carrying the body into deep rest. Every part of the scene fades into softness. Every detail grows distant, and the body surrenders fully to the night. Chapter 2. Settle your shoulders, jaw, and forehead into easy softness. Ease now begins. When the body chooses softness over strain, a quiet invitation to release what no longer needs holding. The shoulders can lower gently, no longer carrying the tension of earlier hours, but resting in their natural place. With quiet balance, the arms feel lighter. As this small shift takes place, and the breath begins to flow with greater ease. The muscles around the neck soften in response, creating space for calm to spread more widely. The heaviness of the day fades quietly when these areas find comfort. The jaw loosens gradually, no longer clenched, no longer fixed in effort. The teeth separate with gentle space, and the lips rest softly against one another. This release sends a wave of calm through the entire face, as if a small door has been opened for peace to enter. The mouth is free of tension, the cheeks feel calm, and even the tongue rests quietly without effort. This light adjustment removes the weight of speaking, planning, or holding, leaving only stillness. The forehead, once perhaps creased with focus or thought, becomes smooth. The skin eases as the tiny muscles release their grip. The space above the eyes feels open and clear, without pressure or strain. Behind the forehead, the mind responds to this softness, slowing its pace and loosening its busy flow. A quiet sense of relief spreads upward, encouraging stillness to settle across the head. The eyes, supported by this softness, close more easily and remain closed with natural comfort. The upper body now carries no extra burden. The shoulders have lowered, the jaw has softened, and the forehead is smooth. This combination creates a signal for the entire system to follow. The arms rest without effort. The chest expands quietly with each breath, and the heart rate begins to match the gentle rhythm of calm inhalations and exhalations. The body recognizes safety in this posture, finding that nothing more needs to be done in this moment. Breathing now reaches deeper into the lungs, steady and smooth. Each inhale feels like quiet air filling every corner of the chest, while each exhale feels like a deeper release of weight. The ribs move gently, never forced, and the stomach follows with soft expansion and contraction. The cycle is effortless, carrying the listener further away from the noise of the day. The sound of breathing may even become audible, a low, steady rhythm that adds to the calmness of the environment. In the stillness of the room, small details emerge without calling for attention. The weight of the blanket presses gently across the body, holding warmth in a balanced way. The mattress below supports evenly, firm yet kind, offering no pressure, no imbalance. The temperature of the air is just right. Not too warm, not too cool, providing steady comfort. All around, the environment is aligned to allow only one task: to rest in peace. As this environment holds steady, the body begins to respond in greater ways. The hands feel heavier, no longer restless. The feet fall into their position, needing no further adjustment. The spine aligns naturally against the support beneath, and every vertebra finds its place. The body is no longer searching for comfort. It has arrived at comfort, and nothing interrupts its stillness. Calm continues to build with every moment of quiet. The shoulders sink lower into ease, as though guided by gravity alone. The jaw remains free of any tightness, and the forehead holds its smooth surface with complete consistency. The body now has a new language: softness, heaviness, and release. Each part follows this language. Each part agrees, until the entire system is unified in calm. The breath grows quieter, so steady that it feels almost hidden. Yet each cycle can still be felt moving gently within. With every exhale, more of the day drifts away. Thoughts that once circled or lingered fade into the background. There is no need to control them or push them aside. They simply lose their importance in the presence of this softness. Time itself seems to shift. Minutes pass without measure. The stillness feels larger than the clock, larger than any external sound. The body is anchored in this one space, where nothing pulls, nothing pushes, and nothing disturbs. This state of rest becomes a world of its own. The muscles along the face now signal even deeper calm. The eyes grow heavier. The skin rests softly, and the scalp feels loose and free of tension. The ears notice the faint silence of the room, a silence that is not empty, but full of reassurance. The softness of the forehead continues to calm the mind beneath it, creating quiet pathways where thought no longer rushes. In this state, the heart beats gently, steady, and unforced. The rhythm is slow, calm, and reliable, echoing the safety and rest surrounding the body. With each beat, blood moves quietly, carrying warmth through the arms, into the hands, down the legs, and into the feet. The circulation feels smooth, unbroken, and natural. The body is now resting with purpose. Shoulders lowered, jaw loose, forehead calm, all creating a steady foundation for the deeper layers of rest to appear. Every detail is simple, yet every detail matters. Together, they form the environment where sleep can arrive without effort. The air of the room feels steady against the skin, not moving quickly, only present. A faint sound in the background may be heard, but it is distant, unimportant, unable to disturb. Each sound that does appear becomes part of the calm atmosphere, blending with the rhythm of breath and the softness of posture. Now the weight of the blanket feels more noticeable, not as pressure but as reassurance. Its warmth covers the body evenly, keeping every part contained and secure. Beneath, the mattress continues to provide unchanging support, holding the body in perfect stillness. This combination of warmth above and firmness below creates balance, a safe boundary where nothing shifts unexpectedly. With the body this calm, the mind finds it natural to follow. Thoughts slow until they are no longer full sentences, but gentle impressions. Memories fade into fragments that no longer carry story or urgency. Images drift in and out without explanation, yet they feel harmless. Soft and calm, the mind has no need to analyze or plan. It has only to rest. Breathing continues as the anchor. Each inhale arrives without effort. Each exhale leaves quietly. The sound is low, almost like a faint rhythm in the distance. The lungs, the chest, and the stomach continue their slow movement, signaling to the whole body that the only task remaining is to rest. Every muscle has now received the message of softness. The shoulders remain light. The jaw is free. The forehead smooth. The arms are quiet. The hands still. The legs heavy. The feet secure. The back rests in natural alignment, without stiffness or effort. The entire body exists in one state, calm, steady, and prepared for sleep. The flow of time drifts even further away. Nothing presses for attention. Nothing requires action. The body is whole in its stillness. The mind quiet in its slowness. The environment supports this completely. It is a state designed not for thinking or doing, but for being. With the foundation set by shoulders lowered, jaw softened, and forehead smoothed, the path into sleep is already formed. No step needs to be forced, no stage needs to be hurried. Sleep arrives as a natural continuation of this calmness, like the next breath that comes without effort. The body is ready, the mind is ready, and the night holds steady. The breath continues, softer now, steady and unbroken. The rhythm leads naturally into the deeper state of rest. Every part of the body remains calm, and the mind is open only to quiet. In this softness, Sleep enters gently, without need for command, carrying the body into its night of peace. Chapter 3. Notice the mattress supporting your body evenly and securely. Strength and rest begins the moment the body feels fully supported, carried without effort, and held in complete balance. The mattress beneath is steady, firm where it needs to be, soft where comfort is required, creating a surface that does not demand adjustment, but instead offers security. As the body lowers into it, there is a quiet recognition that every part has its place. Every contour is acknowledged, and every area of weight is met with equal care. This simple awareness builds a deep sense of ease, reminding the body that it is safe to let go even further. The back lies smoothly across the surface, each section gently cushioned without pressure or strain. The curve of the spine is accepted naturally, not forced into a posture, but aligned as it would be if floating without effort. The shoulders rest evenly, no side pulling harder than the other, both carried equally by the strength beneath. The hips sink slightly into their space, balanced with just enough support to keep them level. The thighs and calves follow easily, their weight distributed in a way that removes the need for shifting. The heels are received without resistance, resting softly at the end of the body's line. This even support creates a sense of harmony, as though the mattress is in quiet conversation with the body, adjusting with patience and steadiness. There are no gaps of strain, no edges pressing against fragile areas. Instead, there is a seamless connection between body and surface, a merging that assures complete balance. The sensation is grounding, calming, and reliable, forming the basis of restful stillness. Awareness grows sharper to this experience of being held evenly. It becomes clear how different it feels compared to standing or sitting, where weight must always shift or be carried. Here nothing shifts, nothing wavers, and nothing demands action. The surface beneath gives what is needed, allowing the body to surrender all responsibility. There is comfort in knowing the support will not move away, that it will remain constant through the night, no matter how long the hours may stretch. The texture of the sheets covering the mattress adds another layer of calm. They are smooth against the skin, cool in places where air flows, and warmer where the blanket rests above. The combination of textures, the firmness of the mattress, the softness of the sheets, the warmth of the blanket, creates a nesting effect, complete and secure. Each layer plays its role in enhancing comfort, ensuring nothing feels exposed or unsettled. Breathing becomes slower when this sense of support is noticed fully. Each inhale feels deeper because the body is no longer holding itself up. Each exhale feels longer because there is trust in the surface below. The lungs expand without resistance. The chest rises with ease, and the stomach follows in gentle rhythm. Breathing grows quieter, steadier, and more natural with every cycle, connected directly to the feeling of being evenly supported. The awareness moves downward into the legs. The mattress meets the thighs, calves and ankles evenly, not favoring one side, not creating pressure points. Each muscle feels free to relax into softness. No longer required to keep balance, the feet are free of tension. The toes can spread slightly or curl gently, and still they remain supported. There is no need to adjust their position, because comfort is already present. Attention drifts upward, into the arms. The mattress receives them easily, whether they rest beside the body or slightly outward. The elbows find their place without strain, and the wrists and hands settle into natural positions. Fingers may bend slightly or stretch lightly, yet still they are met with calm support. The weight is carried evenly, and there is no need to hold them in place. The head, perhaps the most delicate part, rests against the pillow, which continues the work of even support. The mattress below holds the neck, aligning it without demand. The skull feels light, no pressure pressing from one side, no awkward tilt creating discomfort. Instead, the head is cradled, balanced and secure, completing the system of rest that the entire body now experiences. The sense of trust grows stronger. The body recognizes that it is completely safe in this position, that nothing is required to maintain it. The mattress will not shift. The sheets will not fall away. The blanket will not abandon its warmth. Everything remains constant. A reliable foundation throughout the night. This trust allows the body to loosen further, not holding back, not preparing for movement, but yielding fully to the moment. Time seems to soften when lying in such balanced support. Minutes no longer matter, and hours feel unimportant. The only awareness that remains is the sensation of being held, evenly and completely. The body has no role but to rest. The mind has no role but to notice and then drift away. This state creates a bridge, carrying awareness gently from wakefulness into sleep. The details of the room fade when focus rests on the mattress. The walls are distant. The ceiling is unseen, and the corners dissolve into shadow. What remains is the immediate sense of the surface beneath, the direct contact with its steadiness. The rest of the world loses importance, and the entire experience narrows to the calm foundation under the body. It is enough to feel supported, enough to know nothing more is required. As this continues, the body begins to grow heavier. The muscles surrender their last traces of effort, and the limbs fall deeper into the surface. The back presses more fully. The hips settle more firmly, and the legs feel weighted with calm. The arms drop slightly, as though gravity is finally free to act without resistance. The head grows heavier against the pillow, sinking just a little further, but still balanced and safe. This heaviness is not uncomfortable, but deeply soothing. It is a sign of release, a sign that the body has given away all responsibility to the mattress. Heaviness means surrender, and surrender means readiness for rest. The more the body surrenders, the deeper the calm becomes. The sound of breathing remains steady in the background, paired with the quiet silence of the room. Together, they form a soft rhythm. Not musical, but steady and reliable. This rhythm mirrors the evenness of support beneath, creating a full circle of balance. The body supported below, the breath steady within, and the silence surrounding all. In this balanced state, the transition towards sleep begins naturally. There is no effort, no command, no urgency. The body feels safe. The mind feels calm. And the environment holds everything in place. Sleep does not need to be chased. It arrives on its own, drawn by the stillness and the evenness of support. The mattress will continue this role throughout the night, never shifting away, never tiring. It is steady from the first moment of rest until the final moment of waking. The trust it creates now ensures that the body can remain in deep rest without disturbance. Every breath, every heartbeat, every thought is carried forward on this foundation. The awareness of the mattress fades slowly as sleep approaches. What once felt like a clear sensation now becomes part of the background, absorbed into the calmness of the body. There is no need to think about it further, for its support will not change. The body knows this, and the mind accepts it, allowing both to drift away. As the night unfolds, the mattress continues silently in its role, holding the body evenly and securely. There is nothing more to ask of it, nothing more to be done. The body is safe. The body is held. And the body is ready to rest through the hours ahead. Sleep becomes the only path forward, and the mattress ensures that path is steady, gentle, and secure. Chapter 4. Listen to faint room sounds, growing steady and gentle. Calm begins to deepen when attention shifts to the quiet sounds that live gently within the room. Each one steady, each one carrying no urgency. The silence is never complete, but within it are layers of soft tones, faint movements, and distant rhythms that all combine to form a natural comfort. Listening becomes effortless, as though the ears are simply resting open, collecting whatever arrives without judgment or demand. Every faint sound becomes part of the environment of rest, guiding the body further into stillness and the mind further into ease. The air moves lightly through the space, brushing against surfaces with almost invisible motion. Its presence can be felt more than heard. A subtle whisper that softens the atmosphere. Curtains shift ever so slightly, their fabric responding to the air. And this gentle motion produces a quiet tone, steady and delicate. Nothing is sharp. Nothing is sudden. Every sound is soft enough to lull the senses toward comfort. There may be a clock somewhere in the room, its rhythm faint but present, offering a simple measure of passing time. Each tick arrives slowly, never intruding, always steady. The distance of the sound makes it soothing rather than distracting, blending into the stillness like a quiet heartbeat of the environment itself. The consistency of its rhythm offers reassurance, a reminder that the night unfolds gently, one moment after another, without rush. At times, the structure of the room itself speaks softly. Wooden frames may settle. Walls may hum lightly with the settling air, and floors may release a faint creak that fades quickly into the background. These sounds are not interruptions, but signs that the space is alive in a calm and natural way. The room breathes with the listener, sharing its own rhythms and adding to the quiet reassurance of being held in a safe place. The bedding responds with its own whispers. A small shift of weight produces the faint sound of fabric brushing against fabric, the gentle slide of cloth adjusting around the body. The blanket moves in unison with the breath, rising slightly, then lowering again, its sound almost like a faint sigh. These details are subtle but soothing, marking the connection between the body and its environment, reminding the senses that everything is in balance. Somewhere in the distance, outside the walls, there may be the softened trace of the world beyond. Perhaps the hum of faraway traffic, reduced to a gentle drone, low and steady, no longer sharp or busy. Perhaps the faint call of a night bird, carried for a moment on the air, then fading quickly back into stillness. Each distant sound is muted, softened by the distance, and transformed into part of the calming atmosphere of the room. Nothing disturbs, nothing demands. Everything fades back into the background. Even the body contributes its own sounds. The soft rhythm of breathing fills the space with quiet continuity. Each inhale low and gentle, each exhale long and steady. The sound of air moving through the nose and mouth is subtle but grounding, a natural rhythm that blends with every other faint tone in the environment. The heartbeat may be sensed in the chest or ears, a quiet thump-thump that aligns with the flow of calm breath. These are not noises to focus on, but familiar reminders of life resting in balance. When attention drifts to these faint room sounds, the mind begins to settle. Instead of thoughts rushing forward, there is only the noticing of soft patterns. The ear catches a whisper here, a hum there, a tick somewhere else. And then all of them weave together into one continuous blanket of sound. The simplicity of this act, hearing without effort, leads naturally to deeper relaxation. The more the mind listens, the more it realizes how steady the environment has become. No sudden interruptions, no sharp edges, no unpredictable noises. Everything is gentle, continuous, and unbroken. This steadiness creates trust, allowing the body to release further tension, knowing that nothing will intrude. Trust grows with each moment of listening, and the mind surrenders to the calm it finds in these simple, faint sounds. Breath aligns with these gentle noises, forming harmony between inner rhythm and outer environment. The slow inhale matches the faint hum of the air. The exhale extends into the silence between ticks of the clock. Breathing and sound join together, and the entire experience becomes seamless. The boundary between body and room dissolves, leaving only one unified space of calm. The room becomes a cocoon of sound, not loud or overwhelming, but soft and embracing. The faint tones create an atmosphere where nothing feels separate, where the body is simply part of the quiet whole. Each sound is subtle, yet together they create fullness. A steady background that asks nothing in return. The listener rests within this cocoon, carried by the gentle fabric of noise into deeper stillness. The absence of strong noise is also soothing. Silence itself holds a weight, a presence that feels protective. Between the faint sounds are long stretches of near quiet, where the air holds still and time feels suspended. These silent spaces allow the mind to pause completely, not needing to react or follow anything. Silence is as powerful as sound here, both working together to create the environment of rest. As awareness remains on these gentle tones, the body grows heavier, the shoulders drop deeper, the chest expands more softly, the legs sink further into the mattress. The sounds act as guides, showing the body that it can continue to release. The jaw loosens further, the forehead remains calm, and the entire system yields to the pull of sleep. These faint sounds act like markers of presence. They say that the room is here, safe, steady, unchanging. They remind the body that it is not alone, but resting within an environment that holds it gently. This awareness brings comfort, and comfort creates the pathway toward deeper rest. The longer the listening continues, the less the mind works to separate the sounds. They blur together, forming a continuous field of gentle presence. There is no need to identify them, no need to describe them. They become part of the atmosphere, part of the night itself. Listening fades into simple being, a state of calm, where the body rests and the mind drifts. Sleep begins to approach through this gateway of faint sound. The steady hum, the subtle ticks, the occasional sigh of fabric. These carry the mind into a place beyond wakefulness. They are consistent enough to be soothing, but quiet enough to fade when sleep arrives. They do not prevent rest. They invite it. Each sound grows more distant as the body becomes heavier and the mind becomes slower. In time, these faint noises disappear altogether from awareness. They continue to exist, steady and gentle, but the mind no longer registers them. Instead, it has moved into the deeper silence of sleep, where nothing external remains. The faint sounds have done their work, guiding awareness into stillness, preparing the body for full surrender. Now the night holds everything. The room remains steady. The sounds remain gentle. The mattress remains strong. And the body is safe. Sleep arrives not as a command, but as a natural continuation of this stillness. The faint sounds that filled the room are no longer needed, for their presence has already carried the listener across the threshold into peace. Chapter 5. Lengthen each exhale and release any remaining daytime tension. Real peace begins when every breath becomes a doorway to release. When the exhale stretches a little longer and carries away the weight that no longer belongs to this moment. The air leaves slowly, emptying the chest and stomach, flowing outward without urgency. Each outward breath is an act of soft letting go, creating more space for calm to enter. The body feels lighter with every cycle, as though tension is being unwrapped gently from the muscles, the joints, and even the mind. The power of lengthening the exhale lies in its simplicity, giving the body clear signals that rest is safe and possible now. The chest lowers gradually as the breath leaves, and this downward motion signals the nervous system to quiet itself. Shoulders, which once held pressure, begin to loosen further. Muscles around the spine soften, and the arms grow heavier against the surface beneath. A slow exhale reaches deeper than a quick one, and with it comes a sense of release that is felt in every corner of the body. Nothing needs to be forced. The air simply drifts away, and with it drifts the energy of the day that once kept the body alert and active. As the lungs empty, the mind begins to follow. Thoughts that clung to earlier hours find themselves dissolving in the quiet rhythm of breath. The slower the air leaves, the quieter those thoughts become. They lose sharpness, losing importance, until they are no more than background noise. The long exhale is not just physical. It is mental. A quiet cleansing of busyness. The space left behind is not empty, but filled with calm presence. Another inhale arrives, light and unhurried, filling just enough to sustain comfort. Then the exhale extends again, this time even slower, even longer. It feels steady, unbroken, continuous. The belly deflates softly. The ribs fold inward, and the chest sinks into rest. With every cycle, the breath grows smoother, like water flowing gently without resistance. Each release empties more of what remains from the day, leaving the body clearer and softer. The back responds to this pattern. As the air moves out slowly, the muscles along the spine let go of tightness. Small knots ease. Vertebrae feel less compressed, and the body presses more naturally into the support beneath. The hips, often heavy with hidden tension, yield more fully to the mattress. Legs grow heavier, yet not in discomfort, only in calm surrender. The slow exhale carries the signal downward, reminding the lower body that there is no reason to hold on any longer. The arms mirror this release. As the lungs empty, the weight of the shoulders decreases. The elbows rest more fully, and the hands grow soft and open. The fingers curl gently or spread slightly, but either way they remain at peace. The body no longer prepares to move. It only prepares to rest. The exhale tells the arms and hands they can remain still, without expectation. The face also transforms in response to the breath. Each extended release relaxes the jaw more, softens the lips, and quiets the muscles around the cheeks. The eyelids rest heavier, encouraged by the slow rhythm beneath them. The forehead, once creased with thought or expression, smooths further with every outward flow of air. The entire head feels supported, light and calm. As the breathing deepens, the heart rate follows. It begins to slow, aligning itself with the pace of the exhale. The beat feels steady, comfortable, and grounded. Each longer breath signals to the heart that it can rest, that there is no rush. Blood flows smoothly, carrying warmth evenly throughout the body, reaching the fingertips, toes, and crown of the head. Circulation remains steady, supporting the quiet stillness of the moment. The mind notices this harmony and begins to ease further into silence. The long breath out leaves no space for rushing thoughts to stay. They float in, then fade with the air, never lingering for long. There is no need to hold on to them. The rhythm of exhaling removes them gently and completely. The mind feels uncluttered, clearer than it has all day. In this clarity, calmness grows. And in calmness, the path towards sleep becomes easier to follow. The longer the exhalations, the more pronounced the difference becomes. The body feels heavier, yet safe. The mattress holds every part evenly, while the blanket warms without pressing. The lungs no longer rush to fill or empty. They move with grace. Breathing feels like a natural wave, calm and soothing, touching every cell with ease. This natural pattern deepens relaxation far more effectively than force or effort ever could. Around the room, the environment responds as well. The silence grows thicker between each faint sound, filling the space with a sense of quiet presence. The tick of a clock, if it exists, feels slower, as though joining the breath in its gentle pace. The fabric of the sheets whispers softly as the chest rises and falls, its sound barely noticeable but soothing. Each detail joins together, creating a complete atmosphere of rest. With every long exhale, the boundaries of the body blur. The separation between skin and air feels less defined. There is only heaviness, only warmth, only stillness. The breath does not stop, but it slows to the point where it feels more like drifting than moving. Each cycle carries the listener closer to the threshold of sleep, where awareness fades naturally and without resistance. Daytime tension is now gone, carried away piece by piece. The shoulders are quiet. The back is soft, the hips are heavy. The arms are still. The legs are calm. And the face is peaceful. No part of the body holds unnecessary effort. It has all been surrendered through the practice of long, quiet breathing. The mind may still notice occasional fragments of thought, but even these are brief. They fade as quickly as they arrive, swept away by the steady outward flow of breath. The focus is no longer on doing, thinking, or controlling. The focus is on being, resting, and allowing the body to align with the slow rhythm of the night. Each exhale is a step deeper into stillness. Each inhale is a gentle preparation for the next release. Together, they form a cycle that is endlessly calming, endlessly reliable. The breath does not demand attention, but it continues to offer reassurance with every passing moment. Soon the breath feels so steady that it fades into the background, continuing on its own, without awareness. The body drifts towards sleep, guided only by the natural rhythm it has embraced. Daylight hours have been left behind, and now only the quiet of the night remains. The breath has done its work, lengthened, steady, and gentle. The tension of the day is no longer part of the body or the mind. What is left is calm, silence, and readiness for sleep. The night holds this rest securely, and the breath continues quietly, leading the body into a deep and peaceful state. Chapter 6. Imagine a quiet lamp dimming while the curtains rest. The night grows more peaceful when the mind begins to picture a simple lamp dimming slowly, filling the room with softer and softer light. At first, the glow is warm and steady, wrapping the space in comfort. Then it begins to fade at a gentle pace, as if guiding everything around it into stillness. The brightness that once held the room fades down to a quiet shimmer, and in that change, the body feels calmer, safer, and more at ease. The softer the light becomes, the slower the thoughts move, until only ease remains. The lamp's glow touches the walls one final time before retreating, leaving shadows that spread gently into every corner. These shadows are not heavy, but soothing. Like a quiet blanket stretched across the room, each object in the space rests under this soft cover, no longer sharp or detailed, only blurred outlines resting in harmony with the calm atmosphere. The eyes notice less, giving the mind fewer reasons to stay alert. This dimming brings the signal that the day is over, that nothing else needs attention, that the night is fully here. Beside the lamp, curtains fall against the window, their fabric still and undisturbed. They stand as guardians of calm, keeping outside noise and light away. Their folds rest quietly, heavy enough to stay in place but soft enough to sway slightly if touched by the faintest current of air. The curtains close off the world beyond the room, creating a boundary between the outside and the inside. Beyond them, the night continues, but it no longer matters. Inside, the room is sealed in calm, held by the dim glow and the resting fabric. As the lamp lowers its brightness further, the mind notices how the details of the space matter less. The corners dissolve, the outlines blur, and everything merges into the softness of shadow. The body recognizes this environment as safe for surrender. The steady rhythm of breathing aligns with the atmosphere. Long inhales followed by even longer exhales, each cycle matching the dimming of the light. The lamp feels like a guide, leading the body deeper into stillness with every shift in brightness. The curtains play their part by staying firm, protecting the room from the flickers of the outside world. They ensure no distractions can enter, no stray light sneaks in, no sudden shift interrupts. Instead, the room remains constant, unchanging, a place of pure security. This assurance helps the body let go of its last defenses, knowing nothing can disturb this protected space. The curtains rest. The lamp glows faintly, and the atmosphere becomes complete. The lamp grows dimmer still, until it becomes no more than a faint glow, a trace of warmth hovering above the room. The body responds as though its energy is tied to the light. Each dimming moment encouraging further release. The shoulders lower a little more. The arms grow heavier. The hips rest deeper. And the head settles with greater ease into its pillow. The gradual fading of light mirrors the gradual fading of tension, both moving in the same direction, toward silence and rest. The silence deepens as well. The room now holds a stillness that feels solid, as though even the air has slowed. The faint hum of the day no longer lingers here. Instead, there is a pure calmness filling the space. A calmness that requires nothing but acceptance. The lamp and curtains, though simple, have created a world that is entirely supportive of rest. This world is small, yet it feels infinite, enough to hold the body and mind in complete peace. As the lamp continues to fade, the mind may imagine its glow as a soft circle on the wall, shrinking gently, smaller and smaller, until it disappears completely. With its disappearance, the body is free of all need for alertness. There is no brightness to engage the eyes, no details to study, only darkness that invites surrender. The darkness here is not empty or frightening, but full of calm assurance. A place where nothing moves, nothing demands, and nothing interrupts. The curtains remain steady, their folds creating a quiet texture that adds to the scene. They stand tall but not rigid, soft but strong, closing the world outside while allowing comfort inside. Their presence reminds the body that the night belongs only to rest, that no obligations remain. They provide the boundary that makes peace possible, and that boundary does not waver. The lamp now barely glows, perhaps only a faint ember at its core. That last trace of light seems to mirror the last traces of daytime awareness, slowly sinking into the background. The eyes feel heavier. The body feels heavier. And the mind drifts closer to quiet. With each passing moment, the glow lessens. And with each passing moment, sleep comes closer. This process is slow, patient and steady, just as the body needs it to be. The dimming light asks for nothing sudden, nothing forced. It invites calm through its gradual shift, a natural descent into darkness that aligns perfectly with the body's own descent into rest. The curtains reinforce this calm by standing guard, ensuring that once the lamp's glow is gone, nothing else will enter to disturb the peace. The body begins to feel as though it is dissolving into the mattress. The arms and legs no longer feel separate, but part of the surface beneath. The breath is steady, soft, and quiet, blending into the stillness of the room. The head sinks comfortably into its pillow, and the eyes remain closed without effort. The environment has prepared everything. The dim lamp, the resting curtains, the silence filling every corner. Sleep approaches naturally, carried by the atmosphere created in the room. The last glimmer of the lamp fades completely, leaving only the darkness that welcomes deep rest. The curtains continue to protect, keeping the room sealed in stillness. The body no longer wonders, no longer waits, no longer holds on. It has released everything. The air remains balanced, not too warm, not too cool, perfect for steady breathing. The blanket across the body adds gentle weight, increasing the sense of security. The mattress continues to hold every part evenly. The environment is whole, complete, and ready to guide the body into a state where awareness no longer matters. The darkness now feels comforting, almost like an embrace. It surrounds every object, every surface, every corner of the room. Nothing stands out. Nothing distracts. Nothing remains sharp. The body surrenders fully to this darkness, trusting it to hold the night safely. The lamp has faded. The curtains are still, and the silence is absolute. Breathing slows further, now so quiet it barely registers. Each inhale is shallow but complete, each exhale long and smooth. The rhythm is natural, requiring no control. The body follows the breath, and the mind follows the body, both drifting toward the same destination. Sleep is not something to achieve now. It is simply the next step, the natural continuation of what has already begun. The night feels timeless. The passing of hours no longer matters. The only experience is rest. The only awareness is calm. And soon even that will disappear. The lamps dimming, the curtains rest, the silence of the room. All of it has created the perfect foundation for sleep to arrive without effort. Now the mind drifts in the same way the light faded, slower and slower, until awareness dissolves completely. The body is heavy, secure, and ready. The room is dark, quiet, and safe. Sleep is already here, waiting to carry the body into its deepest state of renewal. Chapter 7. Guide your attention to a peaceful village at night. Peace unfolds more deeply when the mind is guided into the image of a quiet village at night, a place untouched by noise or rush, where every detail carries calm. The air in this village is cool and still, wrapping around the streets with softness, holding the atmosphere in gentle balance. A sense of safety fills the space, as though every stone, every building, and every light has been placed to encourage rest. It is not a village of activity, but of silence, where even time itself feels slower, more patient, and more soothing. Narrow pathways wind through the village, made of cobblestones smoothed by many years. Each stone worn into quiet harmony with the ground. These pathways stretch underfoot with a sense of stability. Solid and secure. Carrying no rush. Only ease. The stones are faintly cool from the night air, releasing the warmth they held during the day. The softness of the breeze moves gently through the streets, creating a quiet rhythm as it passes through leaves and along walls. The air feels light against the skin, a constant reminder of stillness. Lanterns glow steadily along the paths, their light neither bright nor dim, but perfectly balanced. They shine in soft golden circles, casting a calm glow that spreads evenly across the cobblestones. The light touches the walls of nearby homes, revealing their textured surfaces. Old but strong, the glow does not flicker harshly. It moves only slightly, enough to remind the eyes that this village is alive with gentle presence. The lanterns feel like companions on the journey, steady and kind, offering direction without demand. Windows in the small houses shine faintly from within, carrying the sense that life continues quietly inside. Curtains drawn across the glass soften the glow, so that only blurred shapes of light reach the streets. The rooms inside hold warmth, but they ask for no attention. Instead, the faint light spilling outward adds comfort, as though the village itself watches over anyone who walks its paths. The glow of each home feels welcoming, reassuring that every part of the night here belongs to safety. The rooftops rest against the dark sky, sharp in outline yet silent in presence. Above them, stars appear one by one, filling the sky with countless points of silver. Their light is faint, but steady, scattered across the wide expanse of night. Between them, the moon hovers with calm brightness, its light diffused across the rooftops and paths. The sky stretches endlessly, yet it feels close and protective. A ceiling of calm, holding the village in its embrace. The stars are not overwhelming. They are quiet markers of time, offering steady company through the night. The sound of the village is as soft as its sight. A faint rustling of leaves moves through the air, carried by the gentle breeze. Somewhere in the distance, water trickles over stones, its quiet rhythm steady and unchanging. Occasionally, the wooden beams of a building creak softly, not as a disturbance, but as a reminder that the village breathes quietly with the night. These sounds are not separate, but blended, forming a single atmosphere of calm. They create an environment where nothing interrupts, where every sound belongs to peace. Walking further into the village, the paths lead toward an open square where a fountain rests at the center. Its waters fall slowly, creating ripples that catch the lantern light. The gentle motion of water adds another rhythm to the night, soft and steady, echoing across the square without sharpness. Benches sit nearby, empty and waiting, their wooden surfaces smooth and quiet. The square itself feels like the heart of the village, calm and still, where the silence grows strongest. The air in this place carries the scent of wood, stone, and earth, all softened by the coolness of the night. It is fresh without being sharp, mild without being heavy. Breathing it in feels natural and unforced, a continuation of the rhythm already established by the slow exhale. Each breath deepens the sense of presence, grounding the body in the calm of this imagined village. Shadows stretch long across the paths, cast by lanterns and softened by the moon. They create gentle shapes along the cobblestones, moving slightly with the breeze but never disturbing the calmness. These shadows blend with the outlines of trees and walls, merging into a unified stillness. The village does not change quickly. It holds its form with patience, encouraging the mind to slow with it. As the walk continues, the village seems to grow quieter with each step. Houses become fewer, and the paths narrow until only the faint sound of the breeze and the sight of stars remain. The air grows cooler, the lanterns further apart, and the silence deeper. Yet nothing feels lonely or empty. It feels instead like completion, as though the village has given all it needs to give, and now the rest of the night belongs only to calm. Pausing in this quiet village, the body feels a reflection of its atmosphere. The weight of the arms and legs mirrors the heaviness of stone pathways. The softness of the breath mirrors the stillness of the air. The gentle rhythm of the heart mirrors the trickle of the fountain. Everything within aligns with everything without, forming a seamless connection between the body and the peaceful scene. In this imagined village, there is no demand for story, no requirement for action. The presence of the space is enough. It provides reassurance, grounding, and calm, simply by existing. The act of noticing it becomes the act of resting. Nothing further is needed to reach the state of sleep. Time no longer feels linear here. It does not move forward with urgency, but spreads outward in stillness. The glow of lanterns does not fade. The sound of water does not stop. The stars remain steady above. This sense of timelessness strengthens the calm, assuring the body that it may rest as long as it needs. Sleep will come in its own time, without pressure, without command. The village grows softer in the mind's eye as the body grows heavier in rest. The lanterns fade into faint outlines. The stars blur into distant light. The fountain's sound becomes quieter and quieter. Soon, the details dissolve, leaving only the impression of a safe place held within silence. This impression is enough to carry the body across the threshold of sleep. Breathing slows further, becoming barely noticeable. The body lies still, heavy and safe. The village continues in the background of the mind, but it no longer requires attention. Its purpose has been fulfilled. It has guided awareness into peace. What remains is only calm, steady darkness and the natural arrival of sleep. The peaceful village at night remains timeless, waiting quietly in the background, while the body moves gently into deep rest. It does not vanish. It simply becomes part of the larger silence of sleep. The lamp has dimmed, the curtains rest. And now the village welcomes the mind into its quietest state, where renewal begins and where the night holds everything in calm. Chapter 8. Describe cobblestone paths. Soft lantern glow and gentle breeze. Calm deepens when the mind begins to notice the details of cobblestone paths beneath a quiet night sky. Lanterns glowing with gentle light, and a breeze moving through the air in soft waves. These details create a picture of serenity, one that draws the body into deeper rest and guides the thoughts into a slower rhythm. Each element exists not to excite, but to soothe, to remind every sense that the night is a place for release and renewal. The cobblestones stretch along narrow streets, their surfaces smooth from many years, each stone resting firmly in its place. Walking upon them feels secure, every step supported by solid ground that has remained unchanged through countless days and nights. The stones are cool beneath the feet, carrying the quiet memory of the day's warmth, now replaced by the refreshing chill of evening. Their slight unevenness is not unsettling, but grounding, a reminder of stability and history woven into the village itself. The pathway curves gently, leading deeper into the calm of the night, inviting the body and mind to settle further into stillness. The lanterns standing along these paths glow with a steady light. Their glass enclosures soften the flame within, turning it into a golden shimmer that spreads in circular pools across the cobblestones. Each lantern offers its own space of brightness, yet none overwhelm. They work together, evenly spaced, creating a continuous rhythm of light and shadow. The glow touches the walls of nearby homes, outlining windows and doorways with faint warmth. It glimmers against rooftops, then fades into the sky, merging with the pale silver of the moon. The lantern light is constant, never sharp, never flickering too wildly, but steady and comforting, like a companion that stays close through the night. The breeze joins this scene, light and refreshing, moving with patience through the streets. It brushes gently across the skin, carrying with it the scent of stone, wood, and faint traces of earth. The air is neither cold nor heavy. It is balanced, mild, and soothing, As it moves through leaves and branches, it creates a faint rustling sound that blends naturally with the silence of the village. Curtains sway softly in its passage, their movement subtle but calming. The breeze brings life to the stillness, reminding the body that the world breathes gently along with it. Together, the cobblestones, lanterns, and breeze create a harmony that belongs only to nighttime rest. The path beneath offers grounding. The light above offers comfort. And the air around offers freshness. Each sense is satisfied with these simple details. The feel of stone beneath, the sight of warm glow, the sound and touch of air moving calmly. Nothing is missing, and nothing more is required. This simplicity holds the body in balance, encouraging each breath to deepen and each muscle to release. The cobblestone paths lead steadily forward, weaving between homes that rest in silence. Their edges are softened by patches of grass, and their surfaces reflect the lantern light in faint patterns. The texture of stone beneath the eyes becomes part of the calming rhythm. Each line and curve forming a pattern that repeats endlessly. Looking along the path, the eye sees only continuity. No abrupt end, only gentle winding that disappears into more calmness. This continuity brings reassurance, a sense that rest is not a sudden stop, but a gradual continuation into quiet. The lantern glow casts shadows across the cobblestones, stretching and moving slightly with the breeze. These shadows are not dark or heavy, but soft and changing, adding texture to the scene. They sway gently as the flames inside each lantern move. Never chaotic, always measured, the play of light and shadow adds depth to the night, making the village feel alive yet calm, steady yet welcoming. The glow gives warmth to the silence, transforming the streets into safe spaces of quiet beauty. The breeze travels easily through the village, carrying its gentle sound from one corner to another. It moves leaves, brushes against rooftops, and slips through narrow spaces between walls. Each movement creates a faint whisper, a sound that never interrupts but always soothes. The breeze touches the body lightly, cool enough to refresh, soft enough to comfort. It moves hair against the skin, brushes across the face, and passes without lingering. The rhythm of its flow mirrors the rhythm of breathing, long, steady, and natural. These details, stone, light, air, are more than images. They are experiences for the senses. They create a world that is both vivid and calming, where the body can feel grounded and the mind can feel free. The cobblestones bring weight and stability. The lanterns bring warmth and guidance, and the breeze brings motion and freshness. Together they form a balanced environment where sleep becomes the natural next step. The longer attention remains on this scene, the deeper the calm becomes. The cobblestones no longer feel like separate stones, but one continuous surface holding every step. The lanterns no longer feel like separate lights, but one long glow guiding the way. The breeze no longer feels like separate gusts, but one continuous breath moving through the village. These details merge into unity, a complete atmosphere of serenity that leaves no space for worry or thought. The body responds naturally to this unity. The chest rises and falls with less effort. The arms rest heavier. The legs remain still, and the head sinks comfortably into its pillow. The body feels as steady as the stones, as warm as the glow, as light as the breeze. The environment of the village becomes part of the inner environment of rest. There is no separation between imagined scene and physical body. Both are calm. Both are still. Both are ready for sleep. The path stretches onward, but walking further is no longer necessary. The lanterns will continue to glow. The breeze will continue to move. The cobblestones will continue to hold steady. Nothing needs attention. Nothing requires effort. The scene exists without demand, without change, without end. It is enough simply to notice it, to allow it to remain, and to rest within its calm presence. As awareness fades, the details grow softer. The cobblestones blur into shapes. The lantern light becomes faint warmth. The breeze becomes the sensation of air against skin. Each detail dissolves into the background. As sleep draws closer, they do not vanish, but remain quietly, supporting the passage into deeper rest. Their role is complete once the body and mind surrender to the darkness. Now, in the presence of this calm, breathing slows almost to silence. The body is heavy, secure, and warm. The mind drifts without direction, following the quiet flow of the scene. Sleep waits nearby, ready to arrive naturally. Without effort or thought, the cobblestone paths, the lantern glow, and the gentle breeze continue on in the background. Timeless, steady, and soft, until awareness is no longer needed. The night holds everything in balance, and the body rests within it. The details remain simple, unchanging, and complete. They guide into stillness, and then they fade, leaving only the silence of sleep. Chapter 9. Follow a calm librarian, closing books and tidying shelves. Calm takes on a deeper form when the imagination enters a quiet library at night. where a gentle librarian moves slowly through the aisles, closing books and tidying shelves with care. The space is hushed, filled with the faint scent of old paper and polished wood, and every small movement within it feels deliberate, steady, and soothing. This is not a place of rush or noise, but of order and tranquility, where each action adds to the feeling of safety and rest. The librarian begins by stacking the last few books on a wide wooden table. The soft sound of covers closing, filling the air. Each book is closed with calm hands, not hurried, not forceful, but with a steady touch that respects the silence of the room. The sound is muted, almost like a faint sigh, blending into the atmosphere without disturbing it. Pages no longer turn, and stories rest quietly, waiting for another day. The stillness grows with every book closed, as though the library itself is preparing for sleep. One by one, the books are lifted and carried toward the shelves. The footsteps across the floor are measured and light. The weight of shoes against wood, adding a faint rhythm. There is no urgency in these steps, only presence. Each shelf receives its book with precision, as the librarian slides it into place among its neighbors. The sound of spine against wood is subtle, almost inaudible, yet it marks the completion of another task. With each placement, the rows of shelves look more settled, more complete, more at peace. The shelves themselves stretch tall, filled with countless volumes resting side by side. Their colors are muted in the dim light, their titles blurred, yet their presence feels grounding. They stand like steady companions, holding years of knowledge and story, now quiet and undisturbed. The librarian's hand brushes lightly against them while adjusting their order, the touch soft and respectful. The rows straighten gradually, until every book sits evenly, every space filled, every shelf balanced. The act of tidying is unhurried, but purposeful, creating a visual calm that mirrors the silence in the air. The librarian's movements create a steady rhythm, a cycle of closing, carrying and placing, repeated with care. Nothing is rushed, and nothing is wasted. Each movement is small, yet it adds to the greater picture of completion. The body bends slightly to gather, steps forward to deliver, arms extend to place, and then pause before continuing. These motions are gentle patterns, almost meditative, guiding attention away from thought and into simple observation. Watching them unfold brings a sense of order to the mind, which mirrors the order now returning to the shelves. The room itself adds to this calm. The tall windows are covered by heavy curtains that block out the outside world, allowing only the quiet light of a single lamp to glow. This lamp casts soft illumination across the tables, leaving shadows between the shelves. The golden glow highlights the gentle movements of the librarian, while the shadows deepen the sense of stillness around. The balance between light and dark makes the library feel safe and timeless, as though it belongs only to this one moment of peace. As more books are returned, the stacks on the table shrink until only a few remain. Each one is treated with the same care, no matter its size or shape. The librarian's fingers move softly over their surfaces, brushing away dust or straightening a cover before placing it back. There is no hurry to finish, only the intention to complete the task with steadiness. Every placement feels final, like a soft conclusion that adds to the growing silence of the night. The air inside the library is cool, but not cold, carrying the faint aroma of ink, parchment, and polished furniture. It is an atmosphere that belongs to no specific time, only to the act of rest. Breathing in this air feels refreshing yet soothing, adding to the body's calm. The quiet movements of the librarian blend with this environment perfectly, as though both are part of the same rhythm, both guiding the space toward closure. When the last book is lifted from the table, the moment feels complete. The librarian carries it to the final shelf, sliding it gently into its place among the others. The sound of it settling is faint, yet it signals that the task is done. The table stands empty. The shelves stand full, and the room feels balanced. The librarian pauses, allowing the silence to deepen, as though acknowledging the completion of the night's work. The attention now shifts to small details being adjusted. A chair is pushed slightly closer to the table, its legs making the faintest sound against the floor. A quill is placed neatly beside a stack of papers, aligned with quiet care. A candle that once burned is extinguished with a slow breath, leaving behind a wisp of smoke that fades quickly into the air. Each of these actions is final, marking the transition from activity to stillness. The footsteps of the librarian return once more across the room, steady and unhurried. They move toward the door, passing between tall shelves that now stand in perfect order. The library has changed from a place of activity to one of complete calm. Each task completed, each detail tidied, the silence is now full, carrying no leftover sound of work, only the presence of peace. In the quiet, the room itself seems to breathe differently. The still shelves, the polished tables, the dim lamp, all feel part of a greater stillness. The library is now asleep, its stories resting, its knowledge waiting for another day. The act of following the librarian through these closing tasks has brought the mind into the same calm order, clearing away clutter, settling into rhythm, and preparing for silence. Breathing feels deeper in this space. The body feels heavier, secure, and ready to release more fully. Watching the closing rituals of the library has guided the senses into steadiness. The shoulders are relaxed, the arms at ease, the legs heavy, and the eyes ready to drift. The mind, like the shelves, has been tidied and placed in order, free from restlessness. The librarian now stands at the door, hand resting on its frame, pausing for one last look across the room. There is no rush to leave, only a sense of gratitude for the space and its calm. The shelves are straight, the books are closed, the tables are clear. Nothing more is needed. The lamp continues to glow softly, but it too will fade when the time is right. The curtains hold back the night outside, sealing the space in quiet. The final sound is the gentle closing of the door. A soft click that signals the library is complete in its rest. Inside, the silence deepens further. Outside, the village continues its calm under the lanterns and stars. Within the mind, the same closure is felt. Thoughts rest, worries are put away, and the body is ready to surrender to the softness of sleep. The image of the calm librarian remains, not as a figure to watch, but as a memory of order and care. Their steady movements, their unhurried steps, and their quiet completion of tasks have shaped the entire atmosphere. Just as the library now sleeps, so too does the body prepare to sleep. The rhythm of tidying has become the rhythm of rest, and the night holds everything in stillness. Chapter 10. Explore the reading room with cushioned chairs and quiet corners. Calm grows richer when the mind drifts into the image of a quiet reading room. A space filled with cushioned chairs and inviting corners where silence has settled deeply into every surface. The air here carries a softness that immediately eases the body, as though the room itself has been shaped to welcome rest and reflection. There is no hurry in this place. No need to move quickly or think sharply. It exists only to provide comfort, stillness, and peace. The chairs are wide and generous, upholstered with fabrics that invite the body to sink down and let go. Each seat holds a cushion that yields under weight, forming perfectly to the body and holding it with balanced support. The arms of the chairs are smooth, polished from years of gentle use, and they feel warm to the touch. These chairs are not for sitting upright and alert, but for resting, for leaning back, and for forgetting the tasks of the day. Their placement throughout the room is thoughtful, never crowded, each one given space to feel private, allowing the mind to retreat without interruption. Corners of the room are tucked away into quiet alcoves, where shelves rise softly against the walls, and light rests in gentle pools. These corners carry the feeling of being hidden, yet never alone. They offer privacy, a chance to disappear from the demands of the outside world, while still being embraced by the warmth of the room. Some hold small tables with lamps glowing faintly, casting golden circles of light on the floor. Others are filled with shadows, giving the eyes a place to rest in dimness. Each corner has its own atmosphere, but all of them share the same quiet reassurance. The floor is covered with thick rugs that soften each step so that movement through the room makes almost no sound. The fibers feel warm, holding the faint traces of footsteps, but never echoing them. This stillness of sound adds to the calm, reminding anyone within that noise has no place here. The walls, lined with shelves and draped with fabric, absorb the air and create a cocoon of silence. This silence is not empty. It feels full, steady, and protective. The air in the reading room is mild and fragrant with faint scents of paper, wood, and a trace of polished leather. The aroma is subtle, but it carries comfort. A reminder of books and time spent in reflection. The temperature is balanced, neither cool nor warm, steady in a way that requires no adjustment. It feels as though the environment itself has chosen to remain constant, holding a perfect balance that encourages stillness. The lamps are placed carefully throughout, their glow soft enough to ease the eyes, yet bright enough to form gentle pools of visibility. Light rests on the surfaces of tables, chairs, and shelves, never glaring, never sharp. The rest of the room falls into quiet shadow, deep but not heavy. This balance between glow and dimness makes the space soothing to look upon, calming the eyes and inviting them to close when they grow tired. The room feels timeless, as though it exists outside the passage of day and night, belonging only to quiet hours. Sitting in one of the cushioned chairs, the body finds immediate ease. The back leans comfortably into its support. The arms settle along smooth rests, and the legs extend naturally over the rug. The chair does not press or resist. It holds. The cushion shapes itself to the weight of the body, creating perfect balance. Within moments, muscles begin to soften. The breath becomes slower, and the heaviness of the day begins to drift away. The chair feels like a resting place, not only for the body, but for the mind itself. The corners of the room seem to whisper of solitude. Choosing one of these spaces, the body feels protected, as though nothing could reach into the quiet there. Shadows form a soft enclosure, and the muted glow of a nearby lamp adds just enough light to see outlines. Without straining, in this small world, distractions fall away, leaving only the slow rhythm of breathing and the steady comfort of stillness. Time feels slower here, stretched and softened, offering endless moments of calm. Around the room, shelves line the walls, but they are not demanding attention. Their spines rest neatly in rows, their colors muted by the dim glow. They stand like companions, silent and steady, adding presence without expectation. Their quiet order mirrors the order felt within the body as it begins to settle more deeply. They are reminders of story and knowledge, but in this hour they rest as much as the one seated among them. The sound in this reading room is almost non-existent. Perhaps only the faint creak of a chair shifting its cushion, or the low hum of air moving quietly across the curtains. Each sound is so subtle that it feels more like part of the silence than a break in it. This near silence allows the ears to rest as much as the eyes and body. The absence of noise is not empty but reassuring, filling the room with a sense of completion. Breath becomes the most noticeable rhythm within this environment. Inhaling softly, the air feels cool and mild as it fills the chest. Exhaling slowly, the body releases warmth and tension. Each cycle grows longer and steadier, mirroring the patience of the room itself. The cushioned chair supports the body so fully that no adjustment is needed, allowing breath to flow without interference. The rhythm of breathing becomes part of the reading room, as though the space itself breathes alongside. The longer one remains in this space, the more the body yields. The arms grow heavy against the rests. The legs sink into the cushion. The head lowers slightly, and the eyes soften, almost closing without effort. The corners of the room fade into shadow, and the glow of the lamp becomes less important. Only the sensation of being held in calm remains, both by the chair and by the room itself. This reading room is not a place for activity, but for surrender. Its design, the cushioned chairs, the quiet corners, the soft light, the steady silence, exists for one purpose: to create peace. Every detail works together, forming a space that does not need to change. It is whole, complete, and timeless. A perfect environment for drifting into sleep. As the mind remains within this scene, the body continues to release. Shoulders sink further. Hands rest without movement, and legs remain motionless. Breathing is now so steady that it blends with the silence. Awareness of the shelves, the chairs, the lamps begins to soften until they become impressions rather than details. The body recognizes that nothing more is needed, and the mind follows, loosening its hold on thought. Eventually, the reading room itself fades into the background of awareness. It does not vanish, but becomes a quiet backdrop. A place of safety the mind no longer needs to hold in focus. The cushioned chair, the quiet corners, the shelves, the lamps, they remain as symbols of calm, but their purpose has been fulfilled. They have guided the body and mind into stillness, into readiness for sleep. The silence grows deeper. The body grows heavier, and the breath grows quieter. The reading room remains, waiting in the background like a guardian of peace, while the body drifts forward into the darkness of rest. Its work is complete. Its calm fully given. The night now takes over, carrying the body into the deeper layers of sleep, where nothing needs to be seen, nothing needs to be heard, and nothing needs to be done. Chapter 11. Invite yourself to sit, sip warm tea, and breathe. Calmness deepens when the body slows enough to accept the simple comfort of sitting quietly, holding a warm cup of tea, and breathing in gentle rhythm. This is not about action, but about presence. Not about doing, but about being. Allowing a small ritual to guide every sense toward ease. The chair beneath supports the body fully. The table nearby holds the cup with steadiness. And the silence of the room creates the perfect background for stillness. The moment feels whole, free of urgency, filled only with warmth, breath, and quiet. The chair accepts the weight without resistance. The back leans against soft support. The arms rest against smooth surfaces, and the legs find their place naturally. The cushion beneath shapes itself to the body, holding it in place with balance. The stillness of this seat becomes the foundation for the ritual to unfold. There is no need to shift, no need to move again. The body is already where it belongs, grounded and steady, ready to release tension further. On the table rests a cup of tea, its surface releasing faint curls of steam that drift upward in slow, delicate motions. The fragrance of the tea moves gently into the air, carrying notes of herbs, flowers, or soft leaves. Depending on what has been brewed, the scent is light, not overwhelming, but soothing, filling the senses with calm. Lifting the cup requires no effort. The hands curl naturally around it, feeling the steady warmth that radiates through the ceramic. This warmth spreads into the fingers, through the palms, and upward into the arms, loosening muscles with its gentle heat. Holding the tea brings awareness to the simplicity of the moment. The warmth grounds the body, reminding it of presence. Bringing the cup closer, the steam brushes softly against the skin, carrying with it the aroma of calm. The lips touch the rim, and a small sip is taken. The liquid enters smoothly, warm but not hot, moving across the tongue and down the throat with ease. Each swallow is unhurried, carrying with it a wave of comfort that settles deep within the chest and stomach. The body reacts instantly, releasing more tension as the warmth spreads inward. Breathing accompanies this ritual naturally. Each inhale carries the fragrance of the tea, light and steady. Each exhale grows longer, softer, releasing more of the day's remaining energy. The sip and the breath align together, lifting, drinking, pausing, then exhaling slowly. This rhythm is calming, unbroken, and complete. The breath grows quieter with every cycle, matching the stillness of the body and the silence of the room. The tea becomes more than a drink. It becomes a signal. With each sip, the body recognizes the transition into deeper rest. The warmth is a message to the muscles that they no longer need to hold. The flavor is a reminder to the mind that it can let go of thought. The simple act of drinking slowly transforms the atmosphere, weaving calm into every part of the body. The ritual requires nothing complex, yet its effect is profound. The silence around makes the sipping more noticeable. The faint sound of liquid moving within the cup, the soft click as it is set back on the table, the quiet exhale afterward. All of these become part of the environment. They are subtle sounds, but they mark the rhythm of rest. The stillness of the room absorbs them, adding them gently into its own quiet. The act of sipping tea feels like it belongs to the silence, not as a disturbance, but as part of its continuation. The warmth within grows. As the tea continues, it spreads outward from the stomach into the chest, the arms, the legs, reaching every part with a gentle glow. The fingers no longer feel cool. The shoulders no longer carry weight. The back no longer feels stiff. The warmth flows evenly, and with it comes softness. The body becomes heavier, yet more comfortable, ready to yield to the stillness of the night. Breath becomes the only rhythm that remains constant. Each inhale fills the lungs with calm air, carrying the faint aroma of tea. Each exhale is slower, quieter, longer, releasing what is no longer needed. The cycle continues effortlessly, not forced, not controlled, but natural and steady. Breathing feels like sipping in its own way, an intake and a release, a flow that never breaks. The tea gradually cools, its steam softening, until it disappears. The cup is set aside, but the warmth remains within. The body feels settled, the ritual complete, the environment ready for silence again. The act of sipping has done its work. Calm has been invited in, and tension has been shown the way out. Now the body sits in stillness, no longer focused on movement, only on breathing. The chest rises and falls slowly, the arms rest heavily. The legs remain motionless, and the head lowers slightly with ease. The eyes feel heavy. The jaw is soft, and the mind is quiet. The ritual has ended, but its presence lingers, leaving behind comfort that guides toward deeper rest. The reading room holds this quiet scene in balance. Cushioned chairs wait in corners, shelves stand filled but silent, and lamps glow with steady patience. Everything within supports the stillness, adding layers of calm without distraction. The room no longer feels like a place to read or think. It feels like a place to simply exist in peace. The breath, now steady and quiet, becomes almost invisible. The body no longer notices each inhale and exhale as separate. It simply rests within the rhythm. This rhythm guides the mind toward the edges of sleep, where images soften, sounds fade, and thoughts blur. The tea has warmed the body. The breath has quieted the mind. And the silence of the room has sealed the environment of rest. Awareness begins to fade, but there is no urgency to let go. Sleep comes naturally, like the next sip that no longer needs to be taken. The body is ready. The mind is calm. And the room is perfectly still. The chair holds securely. The air rests lightly. And the night waits with patience. Nothing more is needed. Gradually, the reading room itself fades from attention. The shelves, the chairs, the lamps dissolve into the background of the mind. What remains is heaviness in the limbs, warmth in the chest, and the soft, unbroken rhythm of breath. Sleep is no longer something to move toward. It is already present, hovering at the edges, ready to carry the body deeper. The ritual of sitting, sipping warm tea, and breathing has brought the body to this threshold. It has cleared space for rest, balanced the senses, and allowed the night to take over. The mind does not resist. It drifts quietly, following the body into surrender, into the gentle darkness of sleep. The moment is whole, complete, and timeless, and the body rests securely within it. Chapter 12. Notice the clock's slow ticks, marking an easy rhythm. There is a unique calm that arrives when attention falls on the slow, steady rhythm of a clock. Each tick marking the passage of time without urgency, without demand. The sound is simple, unchanging, and soft. Yet it carries with it a sense of order and balance that reaches into the body and mind. Listening to it becomes a way of entering a deeper stillness. A reminder that there is no rush, no pressure, only the quiet rhythm of now. The ticks come evenly, one after another, spaced apart in perfect measure. They are not loud but faint, just strong enough to be noticed in the silence of the room. Each sound arrives gently, then fades back into stillness, leaving space for the next. The cycle repeats again and again, never faltering, never changing. This repetition is not tiring, but soothing, like a steady hand resting on the flow of time itself. The body begins to mirror this rhythm, The chest rises with one breath, then falls with the next, aligning itself unconsciously with the measured ticks. The heart slows in response, finding comfort in the clock's steady count. Even the muscles seem to listen, softening further with every passing second. The body recognizes that it does not need to keep pace with the speed of the world outside, only with this gentle sound inside. The silence between ticks is as important as the sound itself. In that pause, the room feels entirely still, holding its breath until the next mark arrives. This silence is thick, protective, and steady, creating a backdrop against which the sound becomes even more calming. The pauses teach the mind to value stillness, to rest in the space between, to let go of thought and simply exist. Each quiet gap is like a cushion, softening the presence of time and turning it into rest. The clock is not a reminder of tasks or obligations here. It does not measure schedules or deadlines. It measures only the flow of calm moments, one after another, unbroken and eternal. Each tick marks another chance to release, another opportunity to let the body sink deeper into rest. The rhythm becomes a guide, steady and patient, leading awareness into the softness of sleep. The sound itself carries a texture, not sharp but muted, as if softened by the air. It blends with the other faint sounds of the room, yet it stands out enough to be recognized. It is consistent, dependable, like a gentle heartbeat outside the body that matches the one inside. The mind begins to trust it, to follow it, to allow it to take the lead. Listening becomes effortless, and the rhythm becomes the only thing that matters. The longer attention stays with the clock, the more the rest of the environment fades. The shelves, the chairs, the lamps, everything else dissolves into shadow. The sound remains as the anchor, the central detail holding awareness steady. Even thoughts grow quieter, as if they cannot compete with the slow rhythm. They drift away, leaving behind only the ticking, slow and steady, soft and reassuring. Breath continues to align with the rhythm, each inhale filling the chest. As a tick passes, each exhale drifting out as another arrives. Breathing and ticking become one, synchronized in a way that feels natural and unforced. This union creates an even deeper sense of order, as though the body and the clock are sharing the same pace. Nothing else matters, nothing else intrudes. Only this quiet harmony between breath and time. The passage of minutes becomes unimportant. Whether one has passed or many, the feeling remains the same, steady, calm, unbroken. The clock does not hurry. It does not slow. It remains loyal to its rhythm, patient and timeless. This constancy creates safety, a reminder that rest is supported by something larger, something steady and unchanging. In the presence of such constancy, the body has permission to let go completely. The sound grows softer the more it is heard. It does not vanish, but it blends so deeply with the stillness that it becomes part of the background. It is no longer separate from silence, but woven into it. The distinction between sound and pause blurs, and all that remains is a gentle flow, like waves rising and falling without end. Awareness begins to drift with this flow, leaving behind the sharpness of thought, entering the softness of dreams. The clock continues faithfully, even as awareness fades. It does not stop when the body grows heavy or the eyes close fully. It remains steady, a constant presence that will still be there when sleep is deep. Its rhythm ensures continuity, allowing the body to surrender without fear of being lost. The sound is a tether, invisible yet strong, holding the mind safely as it drifts into deeper states of rest. The body responds by sinking further into the mattress. Arms and legs are no longer felt as separate. They are part of the surface beneath. The head rests heavier on its pillow, the breath barely noticeable, the chest moving so quietly it blends with the silence. The ticking of the clock is now the only reminder of time. Yet it feels less like time passing and more like time standing still, stretched into endless calm. This rhythm carries with it a sense of inevitability. Sleep is not something that must be forced. It arrives as naturally as the next tick, as inevitable as the next pause. Just as the clock cannot help but continue, the body cannot help but surrender. The process is simple, reliable, and effortless. Awareness of the clock may fade, but its presence remains, guiding the body all the way into sleep. The mind drifts further, thoughts dissolving into fragments that no longer connect. They appear and fade, like faint echoes in the silence. The rhythm of the clock continues beneath them, steady and protective, until even the fragments are gone. What remains is only rest, only the quiet certainty of sleep. The clock will continue marking the night, second after second, minute after minute. But the body no longer notices. It is already carried into the depths of silence, the rhythm still present, but no longer heard. It has fulfilled its role, guiding awareness across the threshold, leading the body into renewal. Now the room is complete. The shelves rest, the chairs wait. The lamps glow faintly, and the clock ticks on. The body is asleep. The mind is free. And the night continues with patience. The rhythm remains steady, unseen and unheard, but always there, always constant, always gentle. Sleep holds everything now, safe within the quiet beat of time. Chapter 13. Picture closed windows muting outside sounds to a hush. True rest begins to unfold when the mind imagines windows firmly closed, sealing away the noise of the world outside and leaving only the deep hush of the room within. The panes stand tall, framed by curtains that hang in gentle folds, their fabric absorbing the faintest vibration of the night beyond. What might exist outside? The occasional breeze, the faraway hum, or the passing sound of life never fully enters here. Instead, everything softens, muted into stillness, leaving the room wrapped in its own cocoon of quiet. The closed windows carry a weight of reassurance. Their glass is solid, their locks secure, their frames steady, reminding the body that this environment is safe, shielded, and untouched by the unpredictability of the outside world. The faint murmur of air that might have been sharp is now reduced to a whisper, barely noticeable. A distant echo that might have carried on the wind is now softened into nothing more than the suggestion of sound. With the windows shut, the room transforms into a world of its own, perfectly suited for surrender. Curtains drawn across the windows add another layer of calm. They do not move, for the air inside is still, untouched by drafts. Their weight creates a boundary between what lies outside and the stillness within. The fabric catches even the faint glow of the night, leaving the space dim, soothing to the eyes, gentle to the mind. Shadows deepen in the corners, softened by the curtain's cover, giving the entire room a tone of balance and serenity. Each breath taken within this closed room feels different. The air is steady, without sudden change, without chill or interruption. Inhaling fills the lungs with calm, unbroken flow, and exhaling carries away the last traces of alertness. The absence of external sounds makes the breathing itself more noticeable. The rhythm of air entering and leaving the body becomes the dominant presence, blending with the silence left behind by the muted world outside. The windows hold back all that could disturb. A car that might pass in the distance is reduced to the faintest vibration, so quiet it feels imagined. A dog barking far away fades before it can reach the ear. Even the wind brushing against walls and rooftops is contained, reduced to nothing more than a low hum. All of these are filtered out, muted into a hush, so complete it feels like stillness itself. The body recognizes this barrier and responds with deeper ease, knowing nothing from beyond will intrude. This hush does not feel empty. but full. It is full of rest, full of balance, full of patience. In it, the mind is not pulled outward, but guided inward, toward stillness. Thoughts, slow in the same way sounds have softened, becoming quieter, less urgent, less defined. They appear as faint whispers, then dissolve into the hush, unable to maintain their shape. What remains is only quiet presence, awareness resting gently within itself. The glass of the windows reflects nothing but darkness now. Whatever details once lay beyond, the movement of people, the shifting of trees, the distant lights, are no longer visible. The outside is gone, replaced by shadow and silence. The room holds all attention, and the body feels no need to look elsewhere. With the world shut out, the only direction is inward, into the deeper layers of calm. The hush created by the closed windows carries the body further into heaviness. The arms sink against the chair or bed, their weight unmovable. The legs rest securely, the muscles loose, the joints at ease. The head grows heavier against its support, the jaw soft, the eyes settled. Nothing in the body calls for adjustment anymore. Every part has surrendered, reflecting the stillness of the environment. This silence is not fragile, but strong. It absorbs any trace of sound that tries to enter. It creates a shield around the room, around the body, around the mind. In its strength lies its comfort, for nothing can disturb the balance. It maintains. The hush is like a gentle presence, steady and constant, remaining even as awareness begins to fade. Breathing deepens within this hush. Each inhale feels cool and steady, each exhale long and soft. The lungs expand slowly, then release, carrying the body deeper with every cycle. Breathing feels like part of the silence itself, unbroken, unhurried, and constant. With the world outside muted, the breath becomes the guiding rhythm, the quiet sound that carries awareness further inward. The hush creates a timeless space. Minutes pass unnoticed, and the body does not care to measure them. There is no need for clocks, no need for schedules. The hush tells the body that this moment is enough. This stillness is complete, and nothing more must be done. The world beyond the windows may move on, but inside, everything is steady and unchanging. The curtains sway slightly, perhaps from the faintest shift in air, but the movement is so small It feels imagined. This faint stirring adds texture to the silence without breaking it. The weight of the fabric continues to shield, to soften, to protect. The hush is maintained, deep and unbroken, surrounding every surface and every breath. The room itself seems to deepen in this environment. Its corners blend into shadow, the edges of furniture dissolve into darkness, and the glow of the lamp feels softer. The body no longer distinguishes details clearly. It sees only shapes, senses only presence, and rests within the simplicity of less. The hush does not require sight or sound. It allows both to fade, leaving only stillness. As awareness sinks further, the hush becomes the final sensation before sleep. It is the last detail the mind clings to, the last impression before surrender. The hush does not fade like the lantern glow or the tea's warmth. It remains as background, steady and quiet, until even it is forgotten. The body drifts, the mind releases, and sleep takes over, held gently by the silence created within. The closed windows continue their role through the night. They do not move, they do not falter, they do not break their boundary. They maintain the hush, ensuring that the room remains untouched by the outside. In this constancy, the body rests safely, deeply, and fully. The hush remains the guardian of sleep, unseen but present, constant until morning. Even as the mind slips into dreams, the hush surrounds everything. It is the atmosphere that carries the body through the night, the steady silence that allows every muscle to repair, every thought to rest, every breath to flow. It requires no attention, no awareness, only trust. And the body, heavy and still, trusts completely. Now sleep has arrived, guided by the hush of closed windows, protected by the silence of the night. The world outside no longer exists, and the world inside is perfect in its stillness. The body is safe. The mind is calm. And the night is whole. Chapter 14. Continue the simple story of kindness shared with neighbors. Peace becomes even more real when the imagination turns to a story of simple kindness shared quietly between neighbors. A story with no hurry, no noise, only soft gestures that carry warmth and connection. In this quiet village, the night holds steady. Lanterns glow with patient light, and within this calm, small acts of care unfold like natural parts of life. These moments are not dramatic or loud. They are gentle reminders that kindness, even in its smallest form, creates an atmosphere as restful as silence itself. A door opens slowly, its sound a faint creak in the still air. And one neighbor steps outside carrying a small basket. Inside the basket rests a loaf of bread, warm from an evening oven. its scent mild but comforting. The neighbor crosses the cobblestone path at an unhurried pace, guided by the glow of lanterns and the softness of the night air. At the door across the way, another neighbor waits, smiling gently, accepting the gift not as a surprise but as a shared tradition. No words are needed. Only the exchange of the basket, the meeting of eyes, and the quiet nod of gratitude. Further down the street, another act unfolds. A jug of fresh water is placed carefully outside a door, left as a small favor for a family who has been busy throughout the day. The giver does not knock or wait for thanks. The gesture is quiet, almost invisible, but deeply meaningful. When the family later finds it, they will smile softly, reminded that they are not alone, that care exists just outside their door. These small exchanges happen without expectation, without the need for recognition. They are done simply because they bring peace. The village itself seems to carry this kindness in its rhythm. Windows glow softly, and through them faint movements can be seen. Hands clearing a table, someone sweeping the floor, a child being tucked gently into bed. Each action, though ordinary, carries with it a tone of care. No one feels rushed. No one feels burdened. These nightly rituals are filled with patience, each one adding to the calm atmosphere spreading across the village. In one quiet corner, two neighbors meet for a moment at the edge of their gardens. They speak in low voices, not to disturb the night, sharing just a few words about the day. The conversation is simple. A thank you for a borrowed tool, a kind wish for tomorrow. Their words are soft, their faces calm, and when they part, both feel lighter, as though the connection itself was enough to ease the mind. Acts of kindness do not always need objects or words. Sometimes they appear as a door held open, a chair placed outside for another to use, a lantern left lit a little longer to guide a friend on their way home. These gestures are woven into the fabric of the village, not as special occasions but as part of daily life. They create a harmony that requires no planning, only the natural desire to ease another's path. The atmosphere of the village reflects this harmony. The cobblestones feel softer underfoot. The lanterns shine more warmly. The breeze carries a gentler touch. The environment itself seems shaped by the kindness within it. Every sound, every sight, every breath is influenced by these small acts of care. They form a backdrop of trust, allowing every heart to rest without fear. Sitting quietly in this imagined scene, the body feels the same warmth. The shoulders ease further. The arms rest heavier. The legs grow more still. Just as the villagers release their burdens by sharing with one another, The body releases its own burdens by sinking deeper into rest. Kindness, whether given or received, mirrors the act of letting go. It is not about holding or striving, but about releasing tension and allowing calm to flow freely. One neighbor lights a candle in their window, not for themselves, but for a traveler who may be late returning. The glow is faint, but steady, a signal of welcome, a reassurance that the night holds safety. Another leaves a blanket folded neatly on a chair outside, knowing someone may pass by who will need it. These gestures may never be acknowledged, but they exist nonetheless, adding invisible threads of care to the fabric of the village. The rhythm of kindness is slow, matching the pace of the night. It does not rush. It does not demand. It unfolds naturally, like breathing. With each act, the village grows calmer, as though kindness itself is a form of stillness. It fills the air in the same way silence does, wrapping around every home, every person, every path. In the presence of this story, the body relaxes further. The breath deepens. The chest rises and falls with ease. The jaw softens, and the eyes grow heavier. Listening to the unfolding acts of kindness quiets the mind. Thoughts of tasks, worries, and plans fade into the background, replaced by the simple rhythm of giving and receiving. The mind finds reassurance in knowing that goodness exists, that even the smallest gesture can hold weight. That connection brings calm. The hush of the night becomes stronger as the kindness continues. Each act seems to leave behind a trace of silence, as though the air itself pauses to honor it. These pauses create a flow of peace, linking one moment to another, weaving a tapestry of calm that spreads across the village and into the heart of the listener. The story requires no ending, for kindness has no end. It continues quietly, night after night, act after act, without the need for notice. The villagers sleep more peacefully because they know care surrounds them. And in imagining their world, the same peace spreads to the one who envisions it. The body rests heavier. The breath grows slower, and the mind drifts closer to sleep. The images of neighbors sharing bread, water, words, and warmth dissolve slowly into shadow. They do not vanish. They linger faintly, like the glow of a lantern fading into the distance. Their essence remains, carried within the hush of the night, a reminder that kindness, even in the smallest form, is enough to bring calm. The story of kindness merges with the silence of the room. The closed windows hold the hush steady. The clock ticks gently in rhythm, The chairs and shelves remain at rest. The body lies heavy against the mattress, the head supported by the pillow, the blanket warm across the skin. Everything is aligned. Everything is balanced. Everything is calm. Sleep now feels inevitable. It is not something to seek, but something that arrives naturally in the presence of peace. The mind no longer resists. It accepts the calm, accepts the silence, accepts the kindness. The body follows, sinking fully into stillness, carried into rest by the atmosphere of a village where kindness flows as quietly as the night itself. Chapter 15. Describe walking home under calm skies and settled streets. There is a special comfort that arrives when the imagination takes a slow walk home through a village resting under calm skies, where every street has settled into silence and every corner holds peace. The night air feels fresh but gentle, carrying the coolness of evening without sharpness, allowing each step to feel lighter and more unhurried. The world outside may still be awake somewhere, but here the paths are empty. The windows glow faintly, and the streets feel as though they exist only for rest. Walking through them is less about reaching a destination and more about moving deeper into stillness. The cobblestones beneath the feet are firm and steady, their surfaces cooled by the passing hours. Each step makes only the faintest sound, soft enough to blend with the quiet atmosphere. There is no need to rush, no need to lengthen the stride. The walk is slow, deliberate, each movement adding to the rhythm of calm that surrounds the night. The ground feels trustworthy, guiding the body forward with certainty, one small step at a time. Above, the sky stretches wide, scattered with stars that shimmer faintly in the dark. The moon glows with steady brightness, casting a pale light across rooftops and paths. Clouds drift slowly, their shapes soft, their edges blurred, moving without urgency. Looking upward, the eyes find ease in the vastness of the night, where nothing demands attention and everything seems eternal. The sky feels like a gentle companion, walking along quietly, steady and unchanging. The air carries faint scents of earth, wood, and stone, softened by the coolness of the night. Occasionally, a breeze passes by, brushing against the skin, lifting strands of hair, and carrying with it the freshness of trees and soil. Each movement of air is light and fleeting, gone as quickly as it arrives, leaving behind a deeper stillness. Breathing in feels soothing, breathing out feels releasing. And the cycle continues naturally, as steady as the steps along the street. The houses that line the way stand quietly, their windows glowing faintly with the last light of evening. Curtains are drawn, silhouettes move gently within, and then the light fades, leaving only shadows. These signs of life do not disturb the calm. They add to it, reminding the walker that the village is safe, that everyone is at rest. Each home is like a quiet guardian, its presence steady, its silence reassuring. Lanterns along the path continue their watch, their glow forming circles of light that guide the way. Their flames are steady, not flickering wildly, but moving softly in rhythm with the breeze. The light pools across the stones, then fades into shadow, then returns again with the next lantern. This pattern creates a rhythm for the eyes to follow, a visual guide that feels calming and dependable. The repetition of light and shadow mirrors the repetition of breath, creating harmony between body and environment. The further along the path, the quieter it becomes. The distant hum of the day is gone, replaced by stillness. There are no carts rolling, no voices calling, no footsteps rushing. Only the faint whisper of leaves moving. Only the occasional creak of wood. Only the soft sound of steps against stone. This quiet is not emptiness. It is fullness. It is the sound of peace filling every space, wrapping around the body and encouraging the mind to rest. Walking home in this environment feels effortless. The body no longer thinks about movement. The legs move naturally. The arms swing gently. The breath remains steady. Awareness is not on the act of walking, but on the feeling of being carried forward. By the night itself, each step feels less like effort and more like surrender, as though the path is guiding the body home on its own. Looking around, details blur in the dim light. Trees stand tall at the edges of streets, their leaves forming dark outlines against the sky. Fences line gardens, their shapes softened by shadow. Wells, benches, and small fountains sit quietly, part of the scene but not demanding attention. Everything rests where it belongs, unmoving, settled into the stillness of night. These details remind the body of order, of balance, of the quiet strength that lies in simplicity. The journey grows shorter with each step, yet there is no need to hurry toward the end. The walk itself is the gift, the movement through calmness, the immersion in silence. The path leads steadily onward, and the body follows willingly without thought of time or distance. The act of walking becomes meditative, guiding the mind further away from thought and closer to sleep. At moments, the breeze lifts again, carrying with it faint sounds from further away. A dog barking in the distance, softened by space and muted by closed windows. The faint rushing of a stream, steady and unchanging, adding texture to the silence. These sounds are not interruptions, but part of the larger hush, blending seamlessly into the environment. They remind the body that life continues. But here, in this village, It continues quietly, gently, without demand. The closer home becomes, the more the body softens. The arms feel heavier, the legs slower, the eyes lower. The journey has drawn out the last traces of tension, leaving behind only calm. Each step feels like a release, a giving up of effort, a surrender to the inevitability of rest. The body recognizes the rhythm of night and mirrors it, falling into sync with the environment. The streets narrow as the walk reaches its end. Shadows deepen, lanterns stand fewer, and the silence grows thicker. The sky remains steady, stars holding their place, moon casting its glow. Everything feels complete, as though the walk itself has been enough to prepare the body for sleep. There is no question, no resistance, only readiness. The final stretch of path feels lighter, easier, calmer. The cobblestones guide each step. The lanterns offer their last pools of glow. The breeze brushes once more against the skin. The house waits ahead. Windows dim, door closed, walls steady. The night has guided the body here, has prepared it fully, has given it everything it needs to rest. By the time the door is reached, the body is heavy, the mind is slow, the breath is steady. The walk has released the last of the day's energy, has replaced it with calm, has prepared the way for stillness. The night holds steady. The streets remain silent, and the sky continues its watch. Everything is ready for the final act of rest. The door will open. The room will welcome. The bed will hold. But for now, the walk itself is enough. Walking home under calm skies and settled streets has brought the body into harmony with the night, has aligned every breath with stillness, has guided every step into peace. Sleep is no longer far away. It is already here, waiting to arrive as the walk ends. Chapter 16. Feel the door click softly, and the room welcome rest. There is a quiet satisfaction in reaching the door at the end of a calm walk. A sense that the journey has brought the body exactly where it needs to be. The handle turns smoothly. The wood shifts gently. And then comes the soft, reassuring click as the door closes behind. That sound marks the moment of safety. The moment of being enclosed in a space that belongs only to rest. It is not loud, not jarring, but delicate. Like the final note of a song that resolves everything into balance. The tick is followed by stillness. A stillness that carries with it both completion and welcome. Inside, the air feels different. It is warmer, steadier, free from the movements of the outside night. The faint breeze no longer brushes against the skin. Instead, the atmosphere is constant, embracing and familiar. The room itself seems to acknowledge the return, holding its space as though it had been waiting quietly all along. The walls, the floor, the furniture, all are settled. All are patient. All are calm. This is not just a room, but a resting place. And its presence immediately tells the body it can let go more deeply now. The faint creak of the floor underfoot is gentle, not intrusive. Each step inside feels softer than those taken outside. Shadows lie in corners, shaped by the dim glow of a lamp or perhaps the fading memory of lantern light through the curtains. These shadows do not carry mystery. They carry calm. They create depth without demand, inviting the eyes to settle and the mind to stop searching. The air holds the faint scent of wood and fabric, steady and grounding. The click of the door lingers in memory even as the body moves further into the room. It is more than sound. It is closure. It tells the body that the outside world has been sealed away, that nothing beyond these walls can intrude. It allows the mind to rest fully, knowing that the environment is complete, protected, unchanging. With that click, the separation between day and night, between activity and rest, becomes absolute. The room offers welcome, not through words but through its atmosphere. The surfaces are smooth and clean. The chairs stand ready, though they are not needed. The bed waits with quiet patience. The blanket lies folded. The pillow rests in place. The space carries no clutter, no distraction. It is as though the room itself has prepared, just as the body has prepared, for this moment of rest. Entering it feels like stepping into harmony, where every detail has aligned to create peace. Pausing for a moment inside, the body feels its own weight more clearly. Shoulders drop further. Arms hang looser. Legs grow heavier. The chest rises and falls in long measured rhythm, each breath slower than the one before. The room mirrors this rhythm. Its silence steady, its stillness unbroken. The body and the environment are no longer separate. They are parts of the same quiet balance. The door's click has drawn a line, and now the space inside exists only for calm. The muffled sounds of the village outside, the rustle of leaves, the faint trickle of water, the soft creak of wood, no longer reach the ears clearly. They are distant now, blurred by walls and windows. Inside, the only sound is the faint breath of the one resting. This simplicity strengthens the sense of safety, deepening the ability to release. Every surface in the room seems to hold calmness. The wooden floor has no sharp echo, only muted softness. The furniture stands steady, its lines simple, its presence supportive. The walls enclose the space with quiet strength, not closing it in but holding it like a cradle. The air itself feels dense with peace, as though silence has filled it fully. It is an environment built for nothing but ease. The act of closing the door, of hearing that click, becomes a ritual in itself. It is the action that signals the end of all effort, the beginning of full surrender. No more steps need to be taken. No more tasks need to be finished. The day is gone, and the night is whole. The room acknowledges this without needing to change or adjust. It simply is, and its presence is enough. Sitting or standing inside for a moment, the body feels the shift more deeply. The heart slows further. The breath steadies. The muscles loosen. The mind recognizes the difference between the outside's movement and the inside's stillness, and it chooses stillness. Awareness begins to fade from the details of objects and sounds, moving inward into the heaviness of limbs and the softness of breath. The room's welcome is subtle, but complete. It does not call attention to itself, but it holds everything needed. The dimness soothes the eyes. The silence calms the ears. The steady air comforts the skin. The simple order quiets the mind. All senses are satisfied without being stimulated. And in that balance lies the perfect state for sleep. The memory of the walk outside begins to fade, replaced by the presence of the room. The lanterns, the cobblestones, the breeze, all dissolve into the background, leaving only the closed door, the click and the hush within. The world has been narrowed to a single safe space. And in that narrowing comes relief. No choices remain. No directions are open. Only rest exists. The body prepares to sink fully now. The eyes close more willingly. The head lowers. The arms fall heavy, and the legs stretch in stillness. The mind no longer holds to thought, but drifts, carried by the silence. The click of the door echoes faintly, one last time in memory, and then it too fades, leaving behind only the assurance it brought. Inside this room, sleep is not something distant. It is already near, waiting only for the body to yield. The room's stillness cradles it. The silence carries it. The air holds it. With the door closed, with the hush complete, there is nothing left but to rest. The night continues outside. The stars shine. The village sleeps. Inside, the body is safe. The mind is calm. And the room is filled with nothing but welcome. The click of the door has sealed the moment, and the room itself completes the ritual of peace. Sleep arrives naturally, carried on the stillness, drawn in by the quiet presence of home. Chapter 17. Prepare the bed. Smooth the blanket and fluff pillows. There is a gentle power in preparing the place where rest will unfold, a simple act that turns an ordinary bed into a sanctuary of peace. The movement is not rushed, not demanding, but careful and steady. A ritual that tells the body it is time to let go fully as the room holds its silence and the door remains softly closed. Attention turns toward the bed, where comfort waits patiently to be arranged. The blanket lies across the surface, carrying the faint impression of the day. With slow, deliberate hands, it is smooth, the fabric gliding beneath touch, releasing its creases. Each motion flattens lines, calms folds, and restores balance. The sound is faint, fabric brushing softly against itself, blending with the hush of the room. The surface becomes even, inviting and calm, mirroring the order that now fills the mind. The edges of the blanket are drawn into place, tucked neatly where they belong. There is no urgency, only care. Each adjustment is made with quiet intention, ensuring that nothing is left uneven, nothing unsettled. This act is more than tidying. It is creating a space of rest that reflects the calm already building within. With every smoothing touch, the body feels its own release, mirrored, as though preparing the bed prepares the self. The pillows wait at the head of the bed, soft yet slightly unshaped from use. They are lifted gently, given a small shake, the fabric shifting, the filling redistributing. Hands press into them, fluffing them until they rise into fullness again. They are placed back with balance, one on each side, their weight evenly spread, their surfaces ready to cradle the head. The act of fluffing them feels soothing in itself, the gentle resistance of fabric yielding under touch, the soft sound of air moving within, the return of shape and support. Now the bed stands ready. The blanket lies smooth, the pillows full, the surface welcoming. It is not grand or elaborate, but it does not need to be. Its simplicity is enough. Its comfort unquestioned. It exists solely to hold, to support, to carry the body into the depths of sleep. Seeing it ready, the mind relaxes further, reassured that nothing more needs attention. The day has ended. The space has been prepared, and rest is inevitable. The act of preparation has a rhythm that lingers. Hands smoothing, lifting, pressing, placing. Each movement has been quiet, steady, unhurried. That rhythm now continues within the breath, within the heartbeat, within the body itself. The external action and the internal state are aligned, both moving toward stillness. The environment mirrors the self, and the self mirrors the environment. The room seems to respond to this readiness. Shadows deepen in corners. The glow of the lamp softens. The silence grows thicker. Every surface reflects calm. Every detail feels complete. The chair, the table, the shelves stand in quiet companionship. But the bed has become the center, the place where all calm converges. It draws attention naturally, not demanding but inviting, as though it has always been waiting for this moment. Touching the blanket one last time, feeling the evenness beneath the hand, the body acknowledges that everything is in place. There are no distractions, no imperfections to adjust. The mind no longer seeks tasks to complete. The preparation is done, and the result is simple wholeness. The bed has been transformed into a haven, and the self is ready to surrender into it. The ritual of preparing the bed is more than physical. It is symbolic, a gesture of care given to oneself. To smooth the blanket is to smooth the mind. To fluff the pillows is to lift the weight from thought. To place everything in order is to place the self in readiness. The process itself has already guided the body closer to sleep, even before lying down. In the silence of the room, the prepared bed glows softly in the dim light. The smooth fabric reflects faint patterns of shadow. The pillows rise with gentle fullness. The entire surface seems to radiate calm. It is as though the bed itself has absorbed the quiet gestures of preparation, holding them now as a promise of rest. The body feels heavier just by looking upon it. Shoulders drop further. Arms hang lower, legs grow more still. Breathing slows again, longer and deeper. The chest rising and falling in rhythm with the silence. The bed waits with patience, knowing that surrender will come naturally. Its presence is enough to guide the body the final steps into stillness. The final touch is felt in the air itself. The act of smoothing, arranging, fluffing, has left the room even calmer than before. It is as if the environment has absorbed the intention of rest, reflecting it back. The hush has grown deeper, the shadows softer, the silence fuller. All that remains is to lie down, to yield to the space prepared, to let the bed carry the weight of body and mind into sleep. There is nothing left to do. The bed is ready. The room is ready. The body is ready. The blanket waits to cover. The pillows wait to support. The silence waits to cradle. The act of preparation has completed the circle of the day. What remains is only rest, only surrender, only sleep. The body draws closer to the bed, heavy with calm, eyes dimming, breath slowing. The smooth blanket, the fluffed pillows, the prepared space are no longer just objects. They are invitations. The mind accepts without hesitation. Already drifting, already loosening, already letting go. Sleep is not ahead. It is here, present, in the very atmosphere of the room. The preparation ends not with effort, but with stillness. The bed stands ready, the room holds silence, the body yields. The night is whole, and rest has been welcomed fully. Chapter 18. Rest on your side and notice slow, steady breathing. There is a powerful calm that fills the body when it finally turns to rest on its side. A position that feels natural, supported, and safe, where every breath can flow slowly and steadily without effort. The mattress receives the weight fully. The pillow shapes itself to the curve of the head, and the blanket settles evenly across the body, creating an environment that holds comfort in every direction. In this position, the body no longer seeks balance. It no longer shifts or adjusts. It simply finds its place and stays there, yielding completely to stillness. The shoulder presses gently into the bed, softened by the cushioning beneath, and the arm rests forward, heavy and relaxed. The other arm lies close, no longer carrying any weight, no longer called to move. The legs find their angle naturally, bent just enough to ease the lower back, resting without strain. The spine settles into a gentle curve, supported along its length, relieved of all effort. In this posture, the body recognizes it has reached its most natural state of rest. Breathing becomes the next focus, slow and steady. Each cycle, unforced. Inhaling draws cool, soft air through the nose, filling the chest in a gradual rise. Exhaling releases warmth, longer than the inhale, letting go of tension with each gentle flow. The rhythm is even, a quiet tide that repeats without thought, without interruption. Each breath feels fuller than the last, yet quieter, as though the body is gradually teaching itself to let go of effort and embrace ease. The sound of breathing becomes a subtle presence in the room. It is faint, almost silent, yet it fills the space with reassurance. It is the only sound that matters, steady and constant, carrying the rhythm of life in its softest form. The room listens with patience, the silence merging with the rise and fall of the chest, the hush of air moving in and out. This union of breath and stillness creates the perfect condition for surrender. With each breath, the body grows heavier. Muscles loosen further, releasing their final traces of tension. The jaw is slack. The eyes are soft. The hands no longer hold any shape. The chest expands gently, then falls into complete release. The cycle repeats. The rhythm continues. And with every moment, the body yields more deeply to the bed beneath. The mind, noticing the steadiness of the breath, begins to soften as well. Thoughts that once scattered now move in rhythm with inhaling and exhaling. They lose their sharpness, their urgency, until they dissolve entirely into the flow of air. The breath becomes the only anchor, keeping awareness present but calm, guiding it slowly toward the edge of sleep. Turning on the side has created a new perspective in the room. The ceiling fades into shadow, no longer important. The curtains stand still against the windows, dim light no longer catching the eye. The room has narrowed to the immediate. The pillow under the head, the blanket across the body, the mattress holding everything steady. This narrowing of awareness signals the final stage of rest, where only the essentials remain. The body welcomes this simplicity. It no longer needs to adjust or prepare. Every part is supported. Every part is still. The side position creates balance that requires nothing further. Even the smallest muscles, those around the neck, shoulders, and lower back, have given up their strain. The body has learned it can trust the bed entirely. Breathing continues its rhythm. Inhale steady and light. Exhale longer and softer. The pauses between each breath grow slightly wider. Not with struggle, but with ease. The body takes its time, no longer rushing the cycle, no longer measuring its pace against anything beyond. It has found its own natural tempo, one that belongs only to sleep. The heartbeat slows to match. Each beat feels calmer, steadier, quieter. The blood flows evenly, without rush, without urgency. This slower rhythm joins the breathing, creating a harmony within the body. The chest, the heart, the breath, all move together in quiet union. This inner harmony strengthens the outer stillness, weaving body and mind into one complete state of rest. As the body rests on its side, a faint warmth builds beneath the blanket. It is not heavy, not stifling, but balanced, like the natural heat of calm muscles settling into stillness. The pillow cradles the head, its softness surrounding without pressing. The mattress holds the entire form, carrying the weight evenly, without demand for shifting. The environment is now perfect, needing no further change. Breathing becomes so natural, so unforced, that it begins to fade from awareness. The body continues without effort, without thought, without need for attention. It is simply happening, as steady as the passing of time, as inevitable as sleep itself. The mind follows this disappearance, drifting with the breath into spaces beyond awareness. Softer, quieter, deeper. The body on its side is heavy now, but not uncomfortable. It is the heaviness of surrender, the heaviness of letting go. The chest still rises and falls. The air still flows, but everything else is still fingers rest curled, unmoving. Toes are soft, relaxed. The head is fully supported, no longer seeking a better angle. Every part has found its final place. The rhythm of breathing becomes almost indistinguishable from the silence of the room. The air entering and leaving blends with the stillness until they are one and the same. The sound of life has become the sound of rest. Sleep now waits so close that it feels as though the body has already crossed its threshold. Thoughts no longer form sentences. They drift as images, fragments, shapes, dissolving as quickly as they appear. The breath carries them away, leaving behind only emptiness, only calm. The mind accepts this, does not resist, does not try to return to thought. It is content to drift, guided by the slow rhythm of air moving in and out. The body knows it is safe. The mind knows it is calm. And the room holds both with patience. Lying on the side, breathing in steady flow, the self has become part of the night's silence. There is no longer a distinction between inside and outside, between body and room. Everything is unified in calm. And as the rhythm of breath continues, as the heaviness deepens, as the silence thickens, sleep finally arrives. Not forced, not summoned, but naturally, like the next inhale that follows the last exhale. It comes quietly, completely, without resistance. The body is at rest. The mind is at peace. And the night is whole. Chapter 19. Drift through gentle body scanning from toes to head. There is a profound stillness that unfolds when attention drifts slowly across the body, beginning at the toes and traveling upward, one area at a time, until every part has been acknowledged and invited into deep rest. This gentle scanning is not rushed, not forced, but steady, allowing awareness to move carefully through each point, noticing its presence and releasing its weight. It is a journey of recognition, a way of telling the body it is safe, supported, and ready to surrender fully to sleep. The toes come first. They rest quietly at the edge of the blanket, no longer curled, no longer holding tension. Each toe is small, yet each carries its own sense of presence. Bringing attention to them allows them to release even more. They soften. They grow heavy. They melt into stillness. The feet follow naturally, the arches letting go, the heels sinking into the mattress, the ankles resting without strain. Every part of the feet feels warm and relaxed, no longer asked to carry the weight of the day. From the feet, attention moves upward to the calves. The muscles that once carried steps now release completely. They feel light and loose, surrounded by the warmth of the blanket, supported evenly by the bed. The shins rest without pressure. The knees bend gently, free of effort. There is nothing for them to hold, nothing for them to do. They are simply present, simply calm, simply still. The thighs are next, the largest muscles of the legs, now heavy and soft. They sink into the mattress with full weight, letting go of every trace of effort. The hips follow, settling deeper into alignment, balanced and supported. There is no tightness here, no holding, only surrender, only ease, only the weight of the body being received fully by the bed. Awareness moves slowly to the lower back. The spine lies in gentle curve. No strain, no pressure. The muscles on either side loosen with every breath. The abdomen rises and falls with the rhythm of breathing, soft and relaxed, no longer contracted. The stomach rests. The waist feels light. The body expands and releases in calm flow. The chest is steady now, lifting only slightly with each inhale, lowering more deeply with each exhale. The breath moves in naturally, cool and soft, and leaves with warmth and ease. The ribs expand without effort. The lungs fill without strain. The heart beats slowly, quietly. Its rhythm gentle, supporting the entire body with calm flow. The chest is not working. It is resting, part of the harmony of breath and stillness. Attention moves into the shoulders, where weight has completely released. They no longer hold tension. no longer rise or resist. They spread naturally, broad and soft, pressing lightly into the mattress. The arms follow, heavy and relaxed, lying where they have been placed. Unmoving, the elbows bend gently. The forearms stretch. The wrists rest. The hands are soft. Each finger is loose, curled naturally, without effort. They are no longer reaching or grasping. They are simply still. From the arms, awareness shifts to the neck. The muscles here have softened, releasing the effort of holding the head. The pillow supports everything, cradling the head in perfect balance. The jaw is slack. The lips close gently, the tongue resting naturally. The cheeks are smooth, the forehead uncreased, the eyes heavy behind their lids. Even the small muscles around the temples have yielded. No longer holding, no longer alert. The entire face carries the expression of rest. The head itself feels heavy, sinking fully into the pillow. The scalp tingles faintly with release. Every muscle quiet. The mind within follows the same path, slowing, loosening, letting go. Thoughts fade into fragments. Fragments dissolve into stillness. The body and mind are no longer separate in this state. Both are aligned in complete surrender. The scan has moved from toes to head, and now the entire body lies in harmony. Each part has been noticed, each part has been given permission to rest. There is no area left holding tension, no area forgotten. The body feels whole, complete, fully heavy, fully still. It is as though the body has become one with the mattress. No separation, no resistance. The breath continues, steady and slow. Inhaling lightly, exhaling deeply. The rhythm is soft, natural, effortless. It carries the entire body further into rest, further into quiet, further into the depth of sleep. With each cycle, the body sinks more. The mind drifts more. The silence grows thicker. The scan has done its work. It has guided awareness carefully, slowly, with patience. Now there is no need for focus, no need for direction. The body has surrendered, the mind has yielded, and sleep stands ready to take over. The room remains steady around this rest. The curtains are drawn. The air is still. The silence unbroken. The bed holds everything in balance. The pillow supports. The blanket warms. The entire environment has become one with the body, both existing now in stillness. From toes to head, every part is complete. The body is no longer a collection of parts, but a single presence. Heavy, warm, secure. The scan has unified everything. And in this unity comes the deepest calm. Sleep does not need to be summoned. It is already here, woven into the rhythm of breath, carried by the heaviness of limbs, embraced by the silence of the room. The body has prepared. The mind has followed. And now the night holds both in its endless hush. The final sensation is not of movement, but of drifting. Drifting into darkness, into softness, into the boundless quiet that is sleep. The body is still. The breath is slow. The mind is gone. Rest is whole, complete, and unbroken. Chapter 20. Conclude by letting sleep arrive naturally without effort. There is nothing more powerful than the moment when the body no longer tries to rest, but instead allows sleep to come on its own. Naturally, quietly, without any effort. The room is already still, the bed is prepared, the body has softened from head to toe, and the breath has slowed into a gentle rhythm. Everything has aligned. And now there is no need to reach for sleep or wonder when it will arrive. It comes by itself, as certain as the night sky above, as steady as the silence filling the air. The heaviness of the body is complete. Each limb is still. Each muscle has released its hold. Each joint has found comfort. There is no need to shift or adjust anymore. The mattress holds every curve. The pillow supports the head. And the blanket keeps warmth evenly across the skin. The body is secure, unmoving, deeply at ease. This stillness is the signal, the invitation that sleep has been waiting for. Breathing remains steady, unbroken. Inhales flow softly, filling the lungs with cool, calm air. Exhales stretch longer, releasing all tension, creating space for silence. This rhythm continues without thought, without command, carrying the body deeper into calm with every cycle. It does not need to be controlled. It happens by itself, as natural as the rising and setting of the sun. The breath has become a bridge between wakefulness and sleep, and it guides the mind effortlessly across. The mind itself no longer holds to clear thought. It drifts gently into fragments of images, faint impressions, soft sensations. They do not connect. They do not demand. They simply pass through like clouds in a night sky. One fades into another, and another fades into silence. There is no need to hold on to them. No need to chase them. They are simply part of the drift, carrying awareness further from wakefulness, closer to dreams. Time has disappeared in this state. Minutes are no longer measured. Hours no longer felt. There is only the continuous present, stretched into quiet eternity. The clock may tick, but its rhythm has been absorbed into the hush. The outside world may move, but it no longer touches this space. The body has withdrawn fully. The mind has softened completely. And the room has become a sanctuary where nothing exists but rest. Sleep does not arrive like a sudden change. It seeps in gradually, like water, filling a quiet space, like night deepening into midnight. It is already present, already at the edges of awareness, already woven into the steady breath, the heavy body, the drifting thoughts. It requires no action, no control, no intention. The less it is sought, the closer it comes, until it is simply there, as natural as closing the eyes. The body recognizes this arrival before the mind does. Limbs feel heavier than ever, almost weightless in their surrender. Muscles no longer stir, not even the smallest ones around the eyes or mouth. The chest rises so softly now, the exhale barely audible. The heartbeat is steady, slow, quiet. The entire system has slowed to its most natural pace, conserving, restoring, surrendering. This is the state the body knows best, the state it trusts completely. Sleep. The mind follows without resistance. It has no reason to hold back, no reason to remain alert. It has drifted far from the sharpness of thought, far from the edges of the day, far from the noise of life. It is floating now, weightless, directionless, free. Sleep gathers it gently, taking it into darkness, not as emptiness but as fullness. A space where dreams will form, where healing will happen, where rest will deepen. Nothing interrupts this process. The closed windows keep the outside hushed. The door remains softly shut. The lamp is dim or extinguished. The room is whole in its stillness, patient in its silence. Nothing more is required. The environment has been shaped perfectly for this moment. And now it holds steady as sleep begins to wrap itself around the body and mind. The drift is unbroken. Awareness slips further with every breath. Inhale, soft. Exhale, long. The body sinks. The mind loosens. the night takes over. There is no need to watch for the exact point where waking turns into sleeping, because it happens without notice, without effort. One moment flows into the next, until the boundary is crossed quietly, naturally. This surrender is complete. The body no longer belongs to effort. The mind no longer belongs to thought. They belong only to sleep now. The rhythm of the night carries them both, steady and endless. Dreams begin to stir in the distance. Faint shapes that will soon grow clearer. But they are not here yet. What is here is the quietest depth of rest. The space before dreaming, where silence itself feels like a blanket. The power of this moment is that nothing more needs to happen. The body has already done its work by letting go. The mind has already done its work by softening. The room has already done its work by staying still. Now everything is in alignment, and sleep flows naturally, arriving on its own, as it always does. The journey that began with settling, breathing, noticing and preparing has led here, to this place of surrender. Every step has been gentle, patient and steady. Every detail has built toward this completion, and now, with nothing left to adjust, nothing left to notice, nothing left to release, there is only sleep. Deep, natural, unbroken sleep. It comes quietly. It comes without being summoned. It comes because the body is ready. The mind is open. And the night is whole. It will stay as long as it is needed, carrying the body through hours of stillness, renewing every part, refreshing every thought. It will remain until morning, until the body wakes again, restored and calm. For now, though, there is nothing but this: the soft breath, the heavy body, the quiet mind, the deep hush of the room. Sleep is here, not arriving, but already present, already holding everything, already carrying the self into its quiet, endless flow. And so the night continues, silent and patient, while the body sleeps deeply, naturally, without effort, without interruption.